Star Wars Acolyte is lesbian paradise. Uh, Welcome everybody to our stream. Yes, that's right. We are streaming, and it's been a long-awaited stream. I have to say so, myself, because we are. Well, we're all. Whoa, 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 whoa! What's going on? No, just kidding. Uh, Red Dead Redemption is back on the menu, and we're gonna have a lot to talk about with the black, and actually it's not just black, but diverse, lesbian, space, witches. I mean, we've been waiting for this moment for a while now. The Acolyte is on its third week, right? So we were purposefully holding off on judging the show. Well, I mean, we were already judging the show, and let me make this clear: we have not watched this show at all, and yet we're going to criticize it. And let me make this clear once more, because I'm gonna keep saying this till the end of times. You don't have to watch a series to be able to criticize it. You can pick apart a series just based on your past experiences and your knowledge and your media literacy. You can easily read quotes about the series. You can watch the trailers, and if you're somebody who is media literate, you'll know that, you'll know where this fits within whatever category it fits within, because you already have that sort of experience that you can always call back to. And that's been always my approach with stuff. I've realized that when people tell me, there was like this one moment where it's like, oh, someone will tell you, well, if you haven't watched it, then it doesn't matter. Well, guess what? I actually ended up watching most of the stuff. Like, when people told me this stuff back when I was kind of like unsure if what I was people say, well, watch it because it's going to make sense when you watch it and everything. And so, yeah, you kind of give the people the benefit of the doubt. But then it's like, okay, you do that, and guess what? You realize you were right. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to be right, if not even more times. Because I don't need to watch The Acolyte to know it was going to be progressive hogwash. And that, for me, already is a deal breaker. So why would I be then putting myself self through this series knowing that I'm going to hate it? And that's been my approach. I think Far Cry Lego also has a very similar one, although I know that you, for example, also like to watch a lot of the movies yourself. You go and you leave reviews on your Instagram page, and I read those plenty of times. And I totally get that approach too. Although I think you also would kind of agree with me on this one, probably. Uh, and Far Cry Lego also says, as well as the final episode of series 14 of Doctor Who aired today. I'm making a new review at as you speak, bro. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's another series. I'm kind of less, like, obviously I would never watch that series, and I'm obviously less kind of knowledgeable on Doctor Who, which is why I'm not gonna like talk about it too much, because I don't know too much about it, right? And so, yeah, we have Star Wars: The Acolyte and Red Dead Redemption, the perfect combo. It's kind of hilarious how Red Dead Redemption has become this Star Wars talk show for me. Did you guys notice that whenever we stream Red Dead Redemption, we end up talking about Star Wars related topics? And that's kind of also what prompted me to push this to the Red Dead Redemption stream. It's like, okay, Wednesday, let's do like Kevin Spacey. Let's do that topic, and it's gonna end up working out uh, for the streams anyway, because Red Dead Redemption is our Star Wars discussion panel stream. So, yeah, we're gonna have there's a third category here called Undead Nightmare, which is a DLC, a story DLC. Well, kind of like it's non-canon, but it's a different mode. It has its own story, and maybe I'll kind of allude to it in the future. Although I know some of you already know what it is. It's kind of like it's an expansion, a story expansion, expansion DLC, however you want to phrase it. It's one of those things, but it's like I said, it's not canon. It's zombie themed, almost like a Halloween spin to it. It has that. So yeah, Flycrow Lego says, I'm making you review as you speak, bro. Oh yeah. Oh, I read that one. Sorry. uh, so yes. And so yeah. Oh wow, I forgot what we were kind of doing. Oh, I remember. You guys remember that Padme? Yeah, it's been a while with this game. You remember that stream we did on George Lucas? And how he's kind of like responsible for a lot of the things that are happening to Star Wars. And by the way, let me, like, I think I saw this on Instagram. I saw like people, uh, like I saw a news story about how George said in regards to the Acolyte and many other series, but the phrase and the quote end up like just finding its way during the Acolyte situation. And it was a George Lucas quote that essentially said, um, essentially that Star Wars, nobody at Lucasfilm understands Star Wars anymore. Nobody understands the Force, which obviously is 100% undeniably true. I don't think anyone would disagree with that statement at all, right? But then I saw people in the comments saying, well, it's not like you have any, like, it's not like you have a right to speak considering you sold the company. And it's kind of interesting because it's the similar statement I've been making, and obviously not everyone who made those statements has watched my streams. Obviously, that's not the case. But I'm just, I appreciate that people are catching on themselves, by themselves, like onto these things. And it's good to see. It's good to see people using their brains and thinking logically at times. It's always reassuring. And so yes, for Star Wars Acolyte, we're gonna do episode 1, 2, 3, 4. But the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna be first taking a look at the Shills, who are going to be defending it for episode 1 and episode 2 through Grizzy, Mr. Grizzy. The wheel icon is what? Map shows a stagecoach being attacked by bandits. Oh, there it is. Let's go save them. Guys, wait for me. I want to help you guys. Ah. Oh, right. I forget that now you have to do extra work if you want to. Stay, sir. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. We're going to die. Yeah, like I said, the controls keep getting, I keep confusing my controls because of, there's one more guy who's still alive, but I guess that worked. I keep getting my this guy. I keep getting my controls mixed up because obviously, ooh, is he gonna get eaten by the other guy? Like by these coyotes? No, I guess he just missed his dinner. But yeah, like the controls, we do play Spec Ops The Line, so we sometimes get controls mixed up here and there. Oh, poor guy. Well, that's what you get for it. Wait, we can't. There we go. You filthy animal. You want to just. Oh, we killed him. Nice. Good. I mean, that's what he did. He was trying to destroy the stagecoach. And it's interesting because it's usually the natives who do that in these movies, the westerns that I've watched. Yeah, I'm on a western binge as of late. Isn't it interesting that we have yet to see any First Nation, or native in general in this game? Huh. Fascinating. I really do think that this is kind of going to be a criticism of America, and I don't know if it's been one yet, but it's giving me, it's got that aura going for it. Anyway, enough of me chattering about Red Dead Redemption. And I think we're closing in on the 10-minute mark of the stream, which is an indicator that we should just get into it because we really do have a lot of things planned for today. Not to mention the amazing music video by Amanda Strandberg. Her name, I think that's what it is. It sounds very Jewish, doesn't it? Stanberg. I think that's what it is. So yeah. Let us just get into this and let's see if I can multitask. Once again, I don't think I can. But what do I have? You know, eventually I'm gonna have to get better at multitasking, and eventually I'm gonna have to just be able to think straight while I'm playing the games. Wow, that's a skinny horse. I don't know if you guys can see it. Oh my, that's a very skinny horse, and I don't know what it wants from my baby here, but you guys are not gonna just, I don't even know. No, it's an R-rated game. R-rated game. It's M-rated. And I know that for the second game, this is a fun fact, for the second game, Rockstar this, oh my gosh, something's happening, hold on. Again, who do I know is the bad guy? Like, what if, oh, crap, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, sir, calm down. I should have just listened. I'm not playing with my headphones right now, so I don't know if they were saying anything. But that was not intentional. I was gonna make a statement saying, well, how do I know who's the bad guy? What if this guy who's getting chased is responsible for what if he committed a crime and now this is just some guy who is chasing him? And that ended up being the case. Hilarious. Anyway, let's start with this amazing Shales review, Mr. Grizzly, or Mr. Grizzly, thank you for your content and your compilations. Let us begin.
Got done watching Star Wars The Acolyte, and so far it is great.
What?
It's the most faithful I've seen Disney Star Wars be to the original.
So right away we have an instance of people who don't know what they're talking about. Anybody who, like, just from the trailers alone, you could tell that it's obviously not the case. And yet here you have people saying this. And that's just episode 1, sure. But even with episode 1, you had a lot of inconsistencies that I'm pretty sure fans kind of reference themselves. Like, what was the big one? I think it was something about the Sith, right? But I'm sure we'll get into all that with Mr. Grizzly helping us out here. And you guys.
What?
It's like Star Wars, but it's really like someone's trying to redo Star Wars.
Oof.
I kind of like it.
If anybody ever says, I kind of like it, that means that they're kind of forcing themselves to like it, and they're trying to find an angle, obviously.
Okay, Star Wars The Acolyte, being run by former Harvey
What?
Weinstein personal assistant, Stagpost Leslie Headland.
She wears underwear with dick holes in them.
Who's this? Who's the voice for this?
So how did she get this position? Well, it all started by sucking off Harvey Weinstein for a job as his personal
Well,
assistant. Then,
is he wrong?
her reward for years of locking the door and looking the other way while Omar did his thing on the casting couch was an introduction to the higher-ups at Disney. And then, in exchange for a job at Lucasfilm, she had to eat out Kathleen Kennedy's cunt. What in Jesus Christ's name does that taste like?
Oh, it tastes like... I don't... No, I'm not even gonna get into that. That's just too gross to think about. But look at our attire. Look at this. We have like this grizzled look on our face, of course, but also like the long trench coat. It's just moi. Chef's kiss. Mi amor. Just beautiful. That's why I wanted to pause. It's very coincidental that we just paused when he started to talk about Kathleen Kennedy's private parts and what they taste like. I don't need to know, but who is doing this voice here? It reminds me of like a character from a TV show that I can't pin who it was specifically. But anyway, who is this YouTuber that is being clipped here? It's not Mr. Grizzly, of course. So he's probably adding him here into his compilation. I made my review now, bro, says Far Cry Lego. awesome. We'll take a look at it during the stream for sure. After we get past a certain point with the Acolyte, so that we got to keep ourselves on track. So part of that is going to be, oh, well, there you go. The game is starting its story mode. So let's just watch this first.
Llorón, maricón, me das asco. Hablas lealtad, pero eres transparente.
Speaking of keeping ourselves
Estarás aplaudiendo cuando mi cabeza
on track.
pelado, ¿verdad?
No, mi excelencia. Mis hombres y yo estamos trabajando noche y día por su honor.
Honor, ¿qué eres un muchacho?
Speak English.
Sin vergüenza. ¿Qué diablos este cabrón?
That's the man who helped us defeat Reyes. The man I spoke to you of. Frente a Mexico.
Hello, sir.
Hola, gringo. So you are the bounty hunter, huh? Have you found your prey yet?
No, sir.
Look at her jacket. Very nice, very sleek.
Your country loves to make
Her
trouble
beautiful
in money.
coat.
Perhaps, but it isn't so.
Perhaps I should tie you to a horse.
Hey, Hosuke.
Let it drag you around town. Or let the dogs fight you, huh? Then see what you say.
I'd say the same thing. I'm here to bring two men to justice. Nothing more. Your politics or ideas of entertainment are not my concern.
I suppose not. Pero son tuyos. Sinceramente espero que me encontraste alguna compañía más interesante que esa bruja que me traíste anoche.
Let me ask you this, sir. Do you know anything of the men I'm looking for?
Escuela is from this province. His father was a borracho, a drunk who worked as a laborer on land cultivated by my uncle. Men like that are natural allies for Reyes. My people have lived and worked here for 100 years. We brought civilization. And these people, these fucking monkeys, despise us. We brought them God! And they turned their back on him. Now I fight to help them from themselves, to save them from themselves. I see in their faces that they would kill me if they could. They see only a tyrant. That is the way it is. These people need a ruler.
Well, sorry to hear that.
Sorry? Why be sorry? It is a way of mankind. A fight between two forces. Que será, será. What will be, will be. But I know one thing, Senor Marston. Force, force, must be used if you're to have your own way.
I'm sure.
Now, perhaps you can do me a favor while I find these men for you.
After we find the men, then I'll help in any way I can.
You are in no position to negotiate. Now, por favor, a bunch of these idiots men are fighting at Tesoro Azul. Now you head there and you lend your support.
All right.
Baboso, ¿cuántas veces voy a decirte? No ponga de
Thank you, Jose.
¿Qué eres, cabrón? No está mi sombra. Vaya. Follow me. We must hurry.
Oh, not again with this hurrying. What I'm referencing, of course, is them just kind of going off. And me trying to, like, turn on the video and then the game telling me that I failed the mission just because I kind of wanted to set up the video. But anyway, let's get back to how Kathleen Kennedy's pussy wussy tastes. Oh no. Ugh.
Which brings us to today. Star Wars The Acolyte, or more importantly, Disney Star Wars shills react to The Acolyte.
Oh. So, this is a person who is doing a voiceover for this. It sounds, the voice sounds so familiar.
See the two episode premiere early, and apparently it has great ratings.
Yeah.
Instantly. I'm in.
Wow, you're easy.
That's in reference to Until Dawn. Anyway, yeah, this is the girl boss who is, she played Rue in the Hunger Games series. just the first movie, I guess. But she also played in The Hate U Give, which we'll circle back to in a moment. Race to Zero Azul? What is this game talking about? Oh, we're supposed to race. Okay. I don't know why he wanted to race, but sure. So yes, she is the girl boss. The episode opens up with her, like this mysterious figure, approaching a Jedi. And who is going to be that Jedi?
Oh!
Jesus Christ, this guy sounds like he just got a finger up the ace.
Oh!
This is... There you go.
This is the
There she
show
is.
that Star Wars fans have been waiting for.
Oof. It definitely is. Honestly, not even ironically, I think it is. It's going to give so many YouTubers so many clicks. So yes, she's fighting, if you didn't catch on, she's fighting Trinity herself, the actress who plays her. I forget her name. Is it like Elizabeth Moss or something like that? Trinity from The Matrix. She's been hired for this series, and you're like, wow, they got her to be in this? Wow, what are they going to do with her?
Oh, the force pull out of the hand?
Beach boy, I'm here to kill you.
She's not going to succeed. They would not kill off Carrie Ann Moss in the first episode.
It's amazing. You are 100% wrong.
Foreshadowing. Unintentional.
She had to bring out the lightsaber. That's how serious it got.
Let's go.
Lightsaber.
Ooh, there it is.
Amanda.
Yes, first lightsaber ignition of the series.
Beyond parody.
No, wait a minute. Wait just a
Lightsaber.
minute. Didn't you say earlier that this was your fourth time watching this episode?
This is, well, Bendu's second time seeing it. This will be my fourth time watching the first episode of The Acolyte.
Why, oh why, are you acting like it's your first time?
Ooh,
Dang.
Zygerian. Live action Zygerian.
The pilots turned back into fucking chairs?
This will be my fourth time watching the first episode of The Acolyte.
That's so fucking stupid. I love it.
What an asshole!
The acolyte. Come on, Luke. I'm already in.
Coruscant, baby.
I love when Mr. Grizzy always finds the perfect clips to correlate with the noises that these people are making. It's so hilarious. And let me tell you, Steven is here. Awesome. Glad to have Steven in the house. And Harmonica. First time here, I guess, but we're also glad to have you. Yeah, it's like he always finds the best clips for these. Not to mention, what's it called? I forgot what I was gonna say. There you go. That's what you get when I play Red Dead Redemption. I was going to say something about no, I'm not gonna remember it now. So let's just get back to it. It'll come to me maybe.
It's me.
What the fuck?
It's me.
We have a suspect in custody, an old Padawan of yours. Oh,
Okay. So yes, I don't know if you.
I hope you fight better than this little girl, Gringo. Go, let's have some fun.
Here we go. Our mission starts, but I don't know if that means anything for us. Not really. So that's good. Let me just put on my headphones for this mission. Ah, okay. And so yeah, that's her name, Carrie Ann Moss. Okay, so that's what it was. And so they're killing her. They killed her off in the first episode, which is a choice, definitely a choice, and it speaks for itself, right? It speaks for what they're doing with the series. They're not going to give you what you want. They're going to put their spin on it, and it's the classic case of bait and switch. Oh yeah, I remember now what I was going to say. I love Mr. Grizzy's editing, but I gotta say, the voiceover for this is top notch. I hope he ends up doing this voiceover for the future videos, because I'm not like a huge fan of his commentary, or maybe it's his voice, but I always preferred his compilation focused, compilation heavy videos. And it's great to have, and this voice just works perfectly with whatever he wants to get across.
Who was the sister trained by then? A Sith. And if it was a Sith and they knew about it, that means they erased it from the records.
Oh, okay. We all know that Disney is going to break canon with this series.
Whoa, hold on, there's too much noise. There we go. There we go. I forgot how to duck, which is perfect. But you guys can hear how amazing his voice sounds in this. All right, let's do this.
And when they do, there will be idiots like this coming out to try and make it make sense.
Canon is always changing. That's the wonderful thing. And canon can be whatever
Canon
you want it
always
to be.
changes. Oh, what? Did he really just say that?
His actual
Canon can be whatever you want it to be. We did an episode, like a stream, dedicated to, we looked at Sargon of Akkad's video on canon and lore and why it is so important. It has everything to do with believability and consistency and suspension of disbelief. So if you haven't watched that video, I say you do that. Steven, wait, is one of the twins in the Acolyte named May? Huh. That name sounds very familiar. And it might be because I've watched some reviews of the Acolyte. Or is it because I'm thinking of a different name from a different series that is also May? A different person with the same name, May. A perfect Gilbert Gottfried impression. Is that what that was? Oh my goodness, I think you've just cracked it. That's what that was. Oh, because I was like wondering, why does that voice sound so familiar? And that's what it is. Thank you.
pod coasted down.
Yes, fucking X-23, bro. Let's fucking go. The Jedi.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Shit, sorry. There was a Cellcath sitting by the door.
I know what that is.
Fucking Cellcath, dude.
They jizz their pants for that shit.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. Yo. Whoa.
All of this is fake.
Indeed, very fake.
This feels very Empire Strikes Back.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh, here we go. The Killmonger haircut. As if we have not suffered enough with these. Ah, yes. I mean, have you guys seen any black guy who wears this sort of hair on his head? Have you? I mean, I think this is something we gotta pull. So let's just poll you guys real quick. Have you... What is this? Say something. Have you... You know what? Let's just play this video while I type the question.
Charlie Barnett, Jedi eye candy, and you'll see what I mean.
Damn whore. Oh, yes. Very handsome.
I apologize for my error.
Don't apologize. Absolutely no need to apologize.
Sounds like somebody wants titty fucked.
What the hell?
Nothing wrong with me, is there?
Damn whore.
May. Hello, sister. Oh, dang, she's got a sister, evil.
Twin sister.
Evil sister.
Okay, I have to ask. Is this a mail order bride situation?
I'll take Jap anus relations for 200.
Hello, sister.
Oh! Ow! Ow! Ow!
Horse out!
Saul! Oh no! Help her! No! Okay, phew.
And yes, we are making it about the black man because this isn't about the white guys. Sorry, don't feel discriminated. We're making it about a black centric. This is a black centric episode, so don't be making excuses. This is diversity. We're embracing it fully here, and it doesn't matter if they're biracial. It doesn't matter. They're black. Just go with it. So I think it might be. I think they said May, so it might be here. Wanna bet that they changed May the Force be with you to, oh, May, M-A-E, like the name of the character. May the Force be with you. That's clever from the perspective of the writers. I mean, it's clever coming from you that you would think ahead. You know, you're thinking ahead of what the writers would probably sit down to. It's pretty clever that you thought of that. Nobody with self-respect, says harmonica. So true. No one with respect. Wait, so we have seen a person like that. Interesting. Who wears the haircut? No, I've never seen it, and almost half the population of my nation is black. Of your nation. Good. I was gonna make a joke about how you said my nation, and it sounded like you said my tribe. But I guess it wouldn't be appropriate to do that because you saying my nation, my tribe. Is there like a connection there? Not really. So, again, nothing to accentuate. I seen the half-shaved haircut. You have seen it. Okay, then vote yes. I need some like hard evidence of this. I mean, this poll is going to be a legitimate survey that we're going to be using going forward. So, and I'm going to be quoting it in every study that we make. So yes. Vote yes if you have seen it. But never the Killmonger haircut. Oh, okay. Never mind. Then vote no.
Oh! Oh!
What?
The Jedi live in a dream.
What is that voice?
So heavy metal.
I have a dream. Is that what they're doing here? I have a dream speech spinned.
An acolyte kills without a weapon.
They said the name of the show.
You said it.
Oh, that was the first episode.
Oh, that is a good start.
Gosh, Leslie Headland, you are a freaking genius. That was so good.
Shut the fuck up, you fat fucking cow.
Thanks for
Ooh.
watching. Episode 2 will be up very soon, so make sure you like the video, subscribe, and turn on all notifications.
It's a great voice. Great impersonation. Oh, he's not dead yet. Okay. I see you. In that case, yeah, that was the first episode. See, guys, we're already past the first episode, which is an accomplishment for us because usually we take forever. Let's just finish this shootout and let's get back to, we're going to go to episode 2. By the way, finishing this shootout should take us like a minute. Look at this guy. Not even pretending to run away. Oh my gosh, there's more of you. And get the other guy. We're taking too much fire. I know I'm being extremely reckless right now, and it's not going to end well for me. Is that a bad guy? I think it might be. No, that's a good guy. Whoa! No eagle eye? Okay. I suppose it's going to take a little longer. But you guys are lighting up the chat, and I see Moodcap is here. Awesome. Oh, he's right here, lol. Well, that's a good guy. No, you stay there. No! Don't reload right now. Oh, crap. Shoot. Oh. Nice. See, this is what Spec Ops needed. You know, when you kind of like start freaking out, and you shoot your gun, and the enemy is next to you. That's what Spec Ops the line needed. Something like this. Love that. One more left. One dudette left. Let's just kill him off. Headshot. There we go. And we did it, everyone. We did it, boys and girls. All right. Good. So let's see what they say.
Remember, nobody takes them before I end.
And we're going to get to episode 2.
Just to get women for a Linde?
No, that's just a bonus. This village is riddled with rebels. Make sure they don't have homes to come back to. There are fire
Dang.
bottles over there. Use them to burn down some of these houses.
And what makes you think I'd do that?
You want to find Javier Escuela, don't you? John, you're helping Mexico. Vámonos, muchachos. Buen trabajo.
Yo
me Alright.
quedo aquí para vigilar el gringo, Capitán de Santa. Get the fire bottles. It is time to finish what we started.
What is going on here? Pick up some fire bottles. Okay, we'll do that then. But now we can move on to episode 2. And there's
I posted, was it this morning? I was either this morning or last night.
okay, so I guess before we get to episode 2, there is a different video also by Grizzy saying, woke soy boys whine over Star Wars, fans rejecting the Acolyte. This one's pretty, well, it's 8 minutes long, but it's pretty interesting. So we got some people on here saying, Steven, half-shaved head became a thing because of Skrillex. Yeah, and then also like lesbians started doing it, and then I know that a lot of media started representing women with half-shaved heads as a hairstyle. What a disaster. And that became a meme of its own. Steven continues on saying, when Sonny from First to Last damaged his vocal cords and became the DJ known as Skrillex, he shaved half his head and popularized it. And then Woodcap, which is here making his debut, comments for the stream, I'm a little late, but I think it's funny that the Green Lady's, played by Leslie Headland's wife, first thought when a Sith is involved is to cover it up. It's funny how that the Green Lady's first thought was a Sith involved. That a Sith is involved to cover it up. Yeah, it's if the Sith are missing or gone or non-existent, why would this woman be the one to figure out that, oh, it's the Sith, they're back, they're trying to figure things out? It doesn't make much sense, does it? But I think Moodcap is making a point here, which is that this character, who is a female character, so she has brownie points for that, and she is the wife of Leslie Headland, which I had no idea she was until I learned that after the fact. So the comment she made about like this, her being a lesbian, was not just a joke. Makes sense now, come to think of it, right? The way she looks, Leslie Headland. So yeah, now this character, the Green Lady, that we'll see again in case you haven't picked up who that was, she ends up thinking of this, and of course it's like this very empowered thing for her to be the one who gets to be the person with the agency to think about that. And that's what they think. That's how they're wired. That's why these characters act the way they do. It's not very logical. It doesn't make sense for her to think of it, but they need a woman in a place of power, or just doing something that can be construed as meaningful and powerful and strong. And so that's the thinking there. And then Steven says, yeah, Headland wrote about what she knew. 100% on point. All right.
I was like, watch the first 2 episodes. There's a lot that's got me kind of like roped in. I'm intrigued by it. I want to keep watching, blah, blah, blah. If there were, let's say, 8 responses, 7 of them.
Sorry, that might have been loud. I'm going to keep it a bit lower so it doesn't overpower my voice. But yes, Soy 1, Soy 2
were positive, and then 1 was like, Soy Boy.
Oh, he watched this. Great. He watches Mr. Grizzy too. Very nice.
So it's pretty obvious at this point that most Star Wars fans are not buying what the Acolyte is selling. They just don't like it. However, the woke pro-Disney activist crowd, they are pulling out all the stops to ensure this show succeeds.
I absolutely loved it. This one is on the top tier for me for Star Wars series.
I just think go in. I think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna be as pleasantly surprised as I was.
No! It's freaking Star Wars. It's new, but it's freaking Star Wars.
No!
Whoa. We're burning this place.
I think it's pretty good.
Hey, look, I really enjoyed Acolyte for the most part.
God, that is Disney's targeted male audience right there. Jesus Christ.
Your parents must be.
Oh, dang, get out,
They're now
buddy.
taking it a step further.
How did
They
this
just
happen? He
blindly
just slipped into this. What? It's crazy. That's hilarious. You guys saw that, right? He just kind of started burning on his own. Like, I threw it. Maybe I stood too close to the fire. But it pulled me in. Get back. There we go. Good.
Joining Disney, Kathleen Kennedy, Leslie Headland, and the pro-Disney media in attacking real Star Wars fans simply because they don't like the show.
It was like in my recommended.
He has long hair now?
It was people talking negative things about the Acolyte, and I was like, let me just watch 5 minutes and see what these knuckleheads are talking about.
And that 5 minutes of someone daring to criticize the Acolyte led to one of the biggest soy rants I've ever heard from these guys in over 2 years of covering them.
And you start seeing the internet how
You really are pathetic.
You need to relax. Come back to the villa and sample some of the new girls before they spoil.
Not the cross. See, look at the symbolism, guys. I'm telling you, there's something like the aura here is. Look, we burn a church. We're becoming more famous possessed bounty hunters and other pursuits wait twice as long before. New items are now available. We burned a chapel or like a meeting where people, a building where people prayed. The symbolism here. What could this mean? What could this mean? I mean, I'm almost convinced there's something here. And by the way, for the people who have already played the game, thank you for not like giving it away. I appreciate that, of course. It's fun to kind of like speculate, and I know that for you guys, it's also kind of fun to see you kind of see me kind of piece things as we go along. So that's all cool. All right, what is this rant that he was talking about?
like, you know, the racist people are coming out and how they feel about Star Wars because what they feel reaffirms their core beliefs or whatever.
Soy number 1 crying racism with no proof. What a shock.
Nothing out of the ordinary here.
Now, soy number 2 mentioned earlier that he watched 5 minutes of someone talking negatively about the Acolyte. And I'm assuming at 5 minutes he got triggered and had to stop watching. I, in this past week, have probably watched about 25 hours of Disney Star
Oh, it's not
Wars
long hair.
show
Good.
content.
Jesus Christ!
So unlike
Oof.
you two, I actually know what I'm talking about when I discuss people who have a different opinion than me. And in that 25 hours, none of these people have provided any tangible proof.
So she says here, hi. Quick PSA, because apparently this is obvious to some people. Racists are not welcome in the Star Wars community. They also should not be allowed to write dumbass public articles. Luis. And we're about to get attacked by a bunch of wolves, so excuse me here.
Of legitimate racism against the
By the way, I watched The Acolyte and it was super duper effing good. All that outrage and anger from racists and homophobic bigots, and for what?
show, a cast member, anything.
Charlie Burnett, who is
Oh no, comic book cast is defending this. Crazy. Why is he like putting himself into Star Wars? He's like a comic book guy, a comic book channel. I mean, I've already spoken on Armin from Comic Book Cast. He is something special of a weirdo, really. Let's go here.
in the Acolyte has been under fire for joining the Acolyte ever since people realized his skin color.
This is insane. Comic Books Cast is claiming that the only reason fans are attacking, not even attacking, trolling Charlie Burnett, the actor who plays Yord, is because of his skin color, and now that he's screwed up something completely obvious.
But if you can't look and see that Anakin blowing up the Death Star possibly killed millions and millions of people, well, Anakin just killed a whole Death Star.
That's the excuse, according to Comic Book Cast, that the toxic fan base needed to express their racism.
Most of the channels here on YouTube covering this stuff, right, that get the big traction. So Well, now we got a legit reason to hate him. It's not just because of his skin color, it's because he doesn't know the plot point or whatever.
Insinuating that if Charlie Burnett were a white guy, nobody would have ripped on him for saying that Anakin blew up the Death Star.
It's amazing how every time you open your mouth, you prove you're an idiot.
God, consider that like button a middle finger to all these woke freaks.
Hey, Ragman.
Smash the shit out of it for me.
Do it.
All right, back to the
Are you
soys
actually
who are still
a
complaining.
fan of Ragman from the comic books? I assume you are, because you probably have his... I can't see your profile picture from here, but you probably do. Which, you know, there aren't that many Ragman fans, but they exist.
These people would have my begrudging respect if they, in their same stance, could say, like, The Last Jedi had some fantastic direction, really great performance. You know what I mean? And they never do that.
That is 100% false. I've seen quite a few people on our side praise certain aspects of The Last Jedi, whether it be visuals, acting performances, certain scenes in the movie. But obviously those things do not make up for how shit The Last Jedi is. So that is false, soy number one. But what do you care? We just hate women, right?
Every single thing about these projects they think is bad, done by untalented, undeserving people. Because a lot of those people working on it, they're like women showrunners, women directors, you know, Bryce Dallas Howard's directing it, you know, and they're like Kathleen Kennedy this, and I'm a misogynist that.
You just used The Last Jedi as an example. Who did the fans blame for The Last Jedi? Who did the fans blame for The Force Awakens and The Rise of Skywalker? And who, along with Kathleen Kennedy, are we currently blaming for the shitty direction Star Wars is going? These soy boys are so sensitive and so delicate that anyone receiving any negativity whatsoever is automatically a victim if they deem it so, including themselves when they get ripped on.
And then one was like, soy boy. And I'm like, okay.
The worst. Yeah.
That's okay. What, okay. What kind of conversation do you want to have? You don't want to have one. Oh, you don't. Okay, cool.
Keep in mind, these two just labeled fans who are critical of Disney Star Wars as racist and misogynist, which is a very serious thing to label someone, especially...
I mean, did they reach out to him and asked for, like, did they comment underneath his video and said, hey, let's have a conversation about this? Because from the looks of it, he's open to have a conversation. He's open to having a conversation. I mean, he's arguing against your points, and he's being in good faith about it, I would say. So he is willing to have a conversation with you guys, and he's already kind of engaging in a conversation of sorts. So, what is... Whoa, we're gonna die again? Wow, that was fast. Yeah, we barely just got off the horse. But yeah, he's like willing to have a conversation with you guys. I don't think you guys are trying.
Especially when it's false. And here we have soy number 2 whining about being called a soy boy.
No,
then just go fuck yourself. I don't know what to tell you.
They're just dumb little bitches.
Oh, scary. Oh, shiver my timbers.
They're just dumb little bitches. That's all it is. They don't know how to do anything else.
Yeah, go say that to their face, soy number 1.
Don't jump off your horse.
And truthfully, it has changed how I experience the shows that we watch. It's
100%.
also...
Ragman, yeah. I mean, yeah, because obviously it's he's not a very popular character, so that's why I was like, yeah, he's not that popular, but I see him, I know him when I see him.
It's also changed my enthusiasm for wanting to watch these shows.
100%.
Wow, so soy number 2 admits that they're not having fun doing the Disney shill fake reactions anymore. Why is that, I wonder? Could it be that almost everything Disney has put out over the past few years
So
has
yeah,
completely
I think you guys get it with this. Is there anything else they say?
Engagement on YouTube triggers the fuck out of these guys.
We put in a lot of work to make our videos and
Really?
all that stuff and our
Just
reactions
react
and our
to
Patreon
stuff?
and all that. And then you go on one of these YouTube channels that is like just so toxic and negative, and I'm like, how do you have how is it possible that 400,000 people agree with your tomfoolery? That's crazy. What's wrong with you people?
It's always hilarious people who are complaining about like somebody's popularity. It's like, I can't believe there are people who agree with you on this, and I've received similar comments in the past about some of the stuff I've said, And it always cracks me up because I always find it fascinating that somebody can be so out of touch that they're like taken back by the fact that somebody would disagree with them. And what that tells me is that, they kind of they shelter themselves and their beliefs, and they purposefully filter out any sort of disagreement so that when somebody eventually, ends up showing up, they end up calling you racist or some other word, or they just end up shocked and totally taken back by whatever's happening. Like, come back between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. Screw you, game. How dare you do this to me? All right, let's get on to episode 2.
Well, the verdict is in. Real Star Wars fans hate the Acolyte, and the fake fans...
What's the Ragman comic? Well, not like a Ragman comic in particular, not a Ragman comic specifically, but not a Ragman comic. Yeah, we're not talking about a Ragman comic. We're talking about the character. And I guess, if you have a Ragman recommendation, that's a character I would probably like to read up on, just out of curiosity. I just don't know his stories well enough, right? But I know the character well, just off of what I've seen. So yeah, Ragman, if you have a recommendation for the character, then feel free to give us one or two, But Ragman says a lot of people hated the Ragman comic, but I like the comic. So that's what Steven was referencing. But it's my favorite childhood memory. Yeah, which one was it? From which year? Because I know there's been a couple. And I guess that kind of fits with the recommendation that we were talking about.
Disney shills and fake journalists, they are triggered, crying, and whining about it. I think it's funny that the Acolyte people are yelling shill at anyone who likes it. No, Chlamydia, we're not calling you a shill because you like the show. We're calling you a shill because you say stupid shit like this.
It's the most faithful I've seen Disney Star Wars be to the original idea of George Lucas.
See the difference? Yet the hate is largely being driven by people who make money off of it, aka grifters. Oh, so you're not doing the same exact thing, but in reverse? You're not making money and receiving benefits for your content shilling for Disney?
And as I started the 4 episodes that were given to press in advance, 4 of 8, so I've seen 50% of the show.
Disney rewards content creators who give them positive reviews. We have proven this. But of course, they've got to earn it.
But lo and behold, The Acolyte is not only really good, but it's in fact my favorite live-action Star Wars show to date.
Stupid bitch.
I mean, that is a pretty bad take. See what you want to say. Okay, I can see where she's coming from, at least in that we can hear what she's saying, and I genuinely believe that's what she believes. At the same time, it's yeesh, she's also not a fan of the originals, so for a fact that she is ignoring a lot of the stuff that longtime fans just simply know about. There's 3 comics. I recommend reading all 3. So there's, are you saying there's 3 runs of Ragman stories and that you recommend all 3?
What's up, Internet? This is Star Wars.
You just pick a different key every week.
The fact that your wife has an OnlyFans makes
What?
more and more sense every time I cover you. And
What
he's
the
not
heck?
happy about it.
No, soy boy beta cuck.
Oh, I want to know, can you show me videos that, show us how this plays out on camera? Because I need that lore dump. So this is a Jedi. Let's see if we can get the shot.
That effect was sick.
That worked real well.
Oh my god. Shut up, you whore.
Oh, I didn't notice that before. Her skin was actually fucking flattened.
Yeah, it actually...
Don't care.
Okay, I love new shit.
Oh gosh, he definitely sounds like a cuck. I'm sorry, but he does.
Oh, soy boy beta cuck.
Let's replay that. Okay, so this guy right here is a, what do you call? He's a Jedi who's been in sleep, in hibernation mode, meditating for, I forget the number, but it's been for a while now. If I, like, for example, let's say he's been meditating for like 10 years. Who preserved, like, who took care of your body? When did you go to the toilet? When did you take a dump? Are you hungry? Are you not? It's like, what are the specifics here? I guess maybe if you're like a Jedi, you don't have to eat when you're meditating. But like at least taking a dump every now and then would be nice. Even monks have to do that. Maybe not if you have like the Force. I don't know. It gives you life, I guess.
Towards content creators who give them positive reviews. We have proof. You know
Okay,
he's
I really
not
want to
happy
know
about it.
like the backstory of this.
That's pretty cool.
Look at his face. Look at his face. He looks like he is a cuck. And his wife, that's his wife. She has an OnlyFans. How painful is that? Oh, dang it. I mean, I feel bad for him, kind of. Not really.
That effect was
He looks like he has an OnlyFans or wants to have one.
sick.
That worked real well.
Like the oh my god. Shut up, you.
This is kind of what I like feel bad about. A lot of people in in our circles who are fans of this stuff and fans of like this sort of type of media and of geeks, nerds. A lot of us, I guess I should say us, because I'm also a geek and nerd. But you know, at least I have a different like attitude at least about it. And what I'm referencing is that a lot of them are actually still like super like children on a super duper level. Super duper, but it's like they're not even hiding it, and I don't think they're even aware of it, but they're acting like men children who are so self-awareness is set to 0. And it's really pathetic, you know. But hey, here's good news. If they can get a girlfriend, although it's an OnlyFans girlfriend, get a wife, then so can you. You can get and then for the girls out there who are listening, you can get a boyfriend and a husband too. Yeah, but just make sure they don't work for, or they're not own OnlyFans. So Steven asks, I remember, the only creator that got invited to the premiere of The Acolyte and still criticizes it was Sharky J. I'm not aware of Sharky J, but kudos to him for being real. And then Ragman says that Ragman gets his powers from criminals and it's slowly turning him evil. That's all I am going to say about one of the runs. Interesting. Har Harmonica. They all seem to be overreacting, make it hard to believe them. If they are, and they have to do it, and I understand the rules of content creation and how sometimes you do have to just for the sake of like being louder. Like you have to be louder so that the mic, like for example me, I am sometimes when I stream, and this is something I realized, you just have to be louder because you have different sort of audio levels. You have the show itself for them, and I have like this video, and sometimes when I speak over it, you just have to be louder. And so I get that you have to over exaggerate how you could sound sometimes, but they're taking it to a different level. They're just react harder is basically their motto that they have to live with every day. React harder. It's sad. It's really just them being dishonest about the whole thing, and that mixed with the fact that they're acting like men children is just the final nail in the coffin. And it really tells you that these people have no I'm not even gonna say morals, but no standards whatsoever, and you should never listen to people who ever say this sort of stuff and recommend any of this stuff. Steven says the OnlyFans wife isn't a flex, it's you not having boundaries and making yourself a doormat. Better to be single than be like that. Is so true, Steven. Like 100%. If you have a wife who is an OnlyFans model, what that tells everybody else is that you are a total loser, which is why people like Andrew Tate have become so popular, is because a lot of guys have lost a sense of self-worth, and a lot of people are either very like incelly about about who they are, but then different people have different problems or different situations, so we're not going to try to like shame every person. Every situation should be examined differently, except for the people who have a wife that is an active OnlyFans model. That's something. There are things where you can just criticize person. Again, going back to like, you don't have to know a thing to totally recognize it. Just the idea sometimes is just unacceptable on its own. And that's also the case with being a husband who has a wife that has an OnlyFans. And there's no excusing that, buddy. Snaky J or Snarky J is a female cosplayer. Huh. Female cosplayers are usually fake fans. But again, I don't know her that well, so maybe she's different.
Oh, I didn't notice that before. Her skin was actually fucking flattened.
Yeah, it actually.
Don't care.
Okay, I love new shit.
I must
Oh.
protest over not restraining the prisoner. She has escaped once before.
Yo, this dude is soft.
What? He's soft?
Tell Yord is young and enthusiastic and handsome.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay.
And you know what else he is? A crybaby on Twitter, calling anyone who dares criticize the Acolyte incels, accusing them of wanting straight white men in everything, which is completely...
Wait, what did he say?
Any...
You know the incels are getting desperate. Kettle calling Kettle black much? You know the incels are getting desperate when their main criticism of a show that revolves around a magic force is that fire was able to exist in space. Oh yeah, we'll get to that. There's a scene where a fire breaks out in space, and we're not asking for much when it comes to believability. We're not asking for much. We're just asking for at least some rules to stay consistent and a fire in space. Like, we have explosions in these movies, but then they kind of like come and go, right? There's an explosion in space and then it disappears. But that's not the case with this show. There is an actual fire scene. There's an actual burning fire, like a campfire in space, and it looks extremely cheap as well. So I'm sure we'll get to that scene.
Who dares
So yes,
criticize
it's ridiculous.
Incels, accusing...
It's pot calling the kettle black. At this point, just stop watching it. If you hate Disney, you'll never get your straight white male dominated shows and movies again, and I'm glad you're mad about that. Well, it's kind of inappropriate for him to not include everybody else that is hating this show. It's kind of funny that only straight white males are able to have standards, apparently, but that's what he's spewing, and I'm not surprised, because judging by his flag on his profile picture and next to his username, he has standards that accept everything, and if you accept everything, then you end up having extremely low expectations for everything, including yourself, which would explain your lifestyle, and it sucks to be Simon, I guess.
Them of wanting straight white men in everything, which is completely...
And yes, just to be clear, Simon, I don't watch The Acolyte, so you don't even have to worry. Because he's saying, just stop watching it if you hate. I'm not watching it, so, and I'm still hating on it. So, again, a win is a win, and you are just totally out of touch with whatever's going on here.
Ridiculous. And the cherry on top, giving the
Speaking of the Acolyte, I'd give the opening 2 episodes 8 out of 10. Really good action and mystery so far. I like the characters, let down slightly by janky editing and transitions. I love how they always have to, like, these reviews always have to add like a obligatory filmmaking comment to show that, yes, I understand what cinema is and what filmmaking is. And it's always like this very vague notion. I guess janky editing, it's like, okay, I guess, it's a tweet, he can't really get into it much, but and transitions, okay, it's acceptable, but a lot of times these people will just write some very vague description and then just kind of like not elaborate on what they're talking about. So he continues to say, but it doesn't affect the overall enjoyment. Thank you for that amazing take, Simon.
First 2 episodes of The Acolyte, and 8 out of 10.
You are gay.
I know why you took the Barrage vow.
Barrage vow!
You thought this
Dude!
life would give you the peace you seek.
That's a reference.
Nobody gives a shit.
We thought we were doing the right thing. Holy
So
shit.
this guy woke up.
He just took it.
Huh?
What?
What?
Oh!
I think you've got some serious issues.
And he said, forgive me. We thought we were doing the right thing. Oh, that's when I knew was real and that this was a very good mystery.
Shut up.
What's intense is
Oh god, and now she's gonna be found holding the poison in front of a dead guy again? Like,
Fake reactors, fake reactions.
All right, here's a couple more tweets I found here.
Yeah, at least Akasan, he at least is, he's a React channel, but at least he's being genuine with his reactions, so you got to give him that. Whether you like the show or not, it is not okay to be a horrible effing human being to other real-life humans. It's hilarious that they always say that, yet that sort of notion never extends to the people that they disagree with. Anyway, I thought we learned this after Hayden, Ahmed, John, Jake, Kelly, Daisy, Moses. The list goes on. Stop. You're being mean to me, Luis. Soul loving era. And you're being mean to me, number one. And your profile picture triggers me alongside your username with a frog and a rainbow on it. Just know it's too much for me to handle right now. Please stop attacking me. And too many caps in your tweet. And you don't even capitalize the names of the actors. How disrespectful, yes. How disrespectful of you to be doing something like that. Just, no, you stop. Stop being disrespectful. And get something through your head, which is that a lot of fans were not being mean to Hayden and all these people. Well, sure, there were some, but it was mostly, when it comes to the prequels, it was mostly the media, the journalists that were hating on those movies. A lot of people who watched the prequels were actually fans of those when they came out. Sure, they weren't as universally praised as the original trilogy, but that doesn't mean that there weren't people who loved those movies. There were, and there are people who, there are movies that are being hated on consistently. Like, think of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, for example. Nobody hated Andrew Garfield or Emma Stone for those movies, right? It was usually just people hated the movie. And people could have hated the performances of somebody like Electro and Jamie Foxx. But it was the media who went the extra step to just put all that pressure on those actors. So again, the fans felt somewhat differently, and you guys were the ones who were pushing that. And so now, for those people who usually agree with the journalist or the journalist, for them to be saying, remember what you did? No, or I guess they're putting it in the first person plural. So what we did, well, that was because of your people, and you're still doing it, except now you're taking a different stance, which is that you're attacking the fans now instead of attacking the actors, because you realize that it's you kind of want that early access now more for the clicks and the ad revenues.
The show or not, it is not okay to be a horrible fucking human to other real life humans.
You talking to me?
I'm a fan of Star Wars and I genuinely love it.
Yeah, Steven agrees, says, most, not all, of the prequel hate was from journalists and critics. He didn't say journalists, but I read it that way. And yes, like for example, the kids in school who were making fun of the kid who played Kid Anakin in Phantom Menace. Yes, that was like an awful story. And that's like kind of to be expected with kids. But again, everything else, and for the most part, it was the journalists. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm a fan of Star Wars, says this person on the screen that we have right now, and I genuinely love it. Always have. Your show comments mean nothing to me except that you're jealous. Jealous of what? We don't know. Of sleeping, apparently, because he's yawning, and he can go to sleep earlier, I guess.
Your shill comments mean nothing to me except you're jealous. And then proceeds to block everyone who calls him a shill in his replies.
What a pussy.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh no. Nostalgia bait.
You know, Nut Gobbler, if you ever wonder why you only get 326 views with 128,000 subscribers, it's shitty ass content like this.
Oh, this is so good.
That's the guy from Squid Game, right? What is he doing in this show?
Let's not.
And that was pretty clever. Gotta give it to them.
Is that why she was getting revenge for her and her family? The same. Oh God.
Fake cry. And now she's trying to kill her, yes. How emotional.
Shot.
Yes! Yes! The Jedi Wookiee. Let's go. Oh! That's so cool. That's so...
You can't end there. We need more. Come on. That was fantastic, dude. That was fantastic.
Fucking genius.
You guys are fucking retarded, you know that?
It looks like Star Wars. It feels like Star Wars.
You guys, this show is so good.
What an idiot.
Clarus, how you feeling about the Acolyte after 2 episodes?
Probably feels like putting on some booty shorts and dropping some OnlyFans content if you ask me.
Ooh.
Jesus fucking Christ. He puts on
Shots
shorts and tries to
fired.
go fuck somebody. That's just fucking gross.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out some of the other Star Wars content
Yeah,
already live
of course.
on the channel.
Thank you, Mr. Grizzly. Mr. Grizzy. I keep calling him Mr. Grizzly. So we're going to take a break from all these cringy guys, and we're going to now go to
Previously on the Acolyte.
Nerderotic. Since yes, we watched the first 2 episodes, and now I think it's a good idea to kind of like go through the 3rd episode, and who's better to do it than Nerderotic himself. He's going to give his review of like the 3rd episode, and it's going to save us any it's not going to be a torture anymore, at least to kind of have a different perspective that is finally critical of the show. So let's watch that, and then we'll get back to the shills. And Nimbus is here. Awesome. Hey, Nimbus. Awesome to have you here. Let's see if Hoske said anything. Nothing has been said. He's a lurker. We gotta just leave him alone. Just let him be.
You do not want to go down this road. Because you have been down there, Neo. You know that road.
Frozen meets Kill Bill. I'm curious what that means. Can we elaborate? Are we getting a musical? You're not
Frozen meets Kill Bill. Is that what they said about the Acolyte? That's embarrassing.
getting a musical.
You ever seen a grown man naked?
Don't panic. On the belt line of the automatic pipe, there is a hollow tube. Pull it out and blow on.
Is it really you?
Hello, motherfucker. Come play with us, Daddy.
I didn't do it.
I don't care.
I don't like sand. It's coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Pocket sand. Dirterotic.com.
Greetings, you
Beautiful.
over 1 million awakening wonders and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. I have a question for you all. How do you kill something that's already dead? Well, between Disney Doctor Who and Disney Star Wars, it's a race to find out. I would argue...
Speaking of Doctor Who, since that's being referenced, where's my phone? Let's read Far Cry Lego's quick review of it on YouTube. But yeah, I noticed that Nerdrotics has totally stopped reviewing the whole Doctor Who, like the entire series, because it's just gone off the rails with the gay black guy. And so Far Cry Lego says, so I finally watched Doctor Who Series 14. It ended, for those who are curious. And he says that episode 1, Church on Ruby Road, first episode was not great. I didn't like it as much as the other episodes that came before. And second episode, Space Babies, was not as much better. Episode 3 was a bit better, but still not by a lot. It's interesting that you say that, you speak of it in a way that makes it sound like it could be good, but come on, they turned your doctor into, in the previous season, they turned your doctor into a woman, into a Karen, more specifically. Now, they turn him into a fruity black guy. I mean, like, that's enough of a, I'm even surprised you're saying that, oh yeah, kind of good, kind of enjoyable. Episode 4 Boom was a lot better, since it had a pretty decent story, and episode 5 was my favorite. No doctor at all in the episode. 6 was bloody horrible. 7 was meh, and the final 2 episodes were pretty okay. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, by the way, if you could, the one thing I would say about your reviews is that you could always expand on why you thought something was okay, something was meh. Feel free to expand on your thoughts and arguments, because I'd be interested to know why you even would consider it to be passable. As a whole, you gave it 4.5 out of 5. Oh, hold on. You gave it 4.5. Oh, you scared me for a sec. You gave it 4.5 or 5 out of 10. It was meh series had some great high and very bad lows. So yeah, it was a mixed bag, to say the least. I gave my review on each episode later on. Yeah, so gonna expand on it a bit later. Oh, good. Yeah, because I'm really curious to know why something of this caliber, which is very low tier, would even somehow able to be a 5 out of 10. For me, it's like a 4. Not even watching it, it'd be, and then after watching it, it could be lower. So it'd be like 4, or again, lower. Like the disrespect they gave you just by creating something like this just cements it as an awful show.
Disney Doctor Who was ahead until the release of the infamous Acolyte Episode 3. We were warned this episode would break Star Wars. It would have major ramifications on the Force and destroy some more of George Lucas's lore, which it did. What we weren't warned about was
Nimbus. The show ended with Capaldi's exit. That is all fan fiction. And Far Cry Lego, I gotta go into detail on each episode.
This is the worst single episode of
you got
Star
it.
Wars ever, including Boba Fett and Ahsoka. And it's the perfect representation of the meme. Our expectations were low, but holy So kiss your loved ones, grab a helmet, and for your dude, put on a cup, because we're going to talk about the Acolyte. Now, after the thrilling and engaging first 2 episodes where Carrie-Anne Moss Mothma was dispatched in under 5 minutes with a kitchen knife.
There we go. Finally, we got hit by a train. That's what we wanted to see. Beautiful. You guys caught that too. That's what we wanted. Oh no, my horse is dead though. Skin the animal. Oh, that's what we wanted to see, and we ended up doing it. There should be a trophy for that. Just saying.
Identical twins May and Osha, who have been separated for 16 years but still manage to have the same hairstyle. They
Yeah,
are pursued by
that's
the guy from
hilarious.
Squid Game and some incompetent Jedi, including X-23, Maurice Gibb, and Jediah Beatties.
Oh, I didn't even see him, which is weird since you'd figure that he'd be taking up half the screen. So it's kind of weird how just noticed him now. Maybe Mr. Greasy was leaving him out in his videos. But even then, you'd think that he'd just be in every single frame.
After getting to know Osha and May, identical twins played by Amandla Stenberg the exact same way without changing her facial expression.
Jediah Beatties, harmonica, yeah. Nerdrotic is just so good with his playground insults.
It's time to spend the entire episode 3 of an 8, roughly half hour.
Oh, I missed Moodcap's comment about Doctor Who, and I think Stevens Headland said that a few fans were optimistic in the hope that that phrase meant examining and embracing the samurai route of Star Wars with the return of Force abilities only seen in the EU, says Steven. And then Moodcap, that new Doctor Who season has the gay doctor running away from all threats in the fear of something the actual doctor would never do. Okay, so you got the gay doctor running away from threats and fears of something, and then that's just something that the doctor would never do. Yeah, exactly. It's like disrespectful. 4 in the least. In the least. I'm not even saying it could be more, it could be less. No, it's never going to be higher than 4. 4 is the lowest, the highest we can go with this series. As for the Acolyte, it's probably like 3, 2.
Flashback that she's not even in.
Honestly, maybe even 1.
We start out 16 years earlier on the planet Brendok with young May and Osha, who are played by sisters who will eventually grow up to be identical.
We're twins.
And they live in hiding in a giant stone structure on top of a mountain run by an all-female coven of witches.
What could possibly go wrong?
And this all-female coven filled with just a few dozen people must have accomplished architects, engineers, and stonemasons. Did they just run across this fully operational stone structure?
Nimbus, McLovin the Jedi. Nah, I gave Acolyte -1000, says Far Cry Lego. The whole witches thing, I mean, isn't that crazy that they added black lesbian witches into this? And I guess this is something that Nerdrotic will end up getting into. But the witches end up creating a baby, which is just top tier female lesbian fantasy. I mean, who would have expected that would ever be a thing in Star Wars? Imagine being a kid in 1980 and just going to the next Star Wars movie and realizing that there are just space lesbians creating babies out of nothing with the power of the witchcraft. And it's hilarious because in these streams, I always kind of allude to the fact that there's a lot of witches, actual witches in Hollywood. And it's no coincidence that they inject them in a lot of things. And I don't mean like stories where there are witches. I mean like stuff like Star Wars where there shouldn't be witches and yet they add them into it. And they're good guys. They're good gals, I should say. They're good gals. And oh look, it's a goat. Nice. All right.
Base on the top of a mountain, considering they mentioned they only recently arrived at the planet.
Any sign of the visiting Jedi? None. Our scouts think they've moved their ship inland. I told you this planet would be safe.
Oh, brother.
Don't know, but that's the least of this show's problems. Immediately, we learn that young May wants to become a witch, and young Osha does not, as they prepare for their ascension into the all-female coven of indoctrinators. Admittedly, on brand for Disney. And Leslie Headland doesn't waste any time taking George Lucas's lore into Harvey's office. Because this all-female coven of witches that's totally not the Night Sisters wields the power of not the Force, the thread.
The what now?
I know you remember Yoda's speech from The Empire Strikes Back describing the Force.
For my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is.
makes it grow. Its energy surrounds us and binds us. Luminous beings are we, not this crude matter.
It appears it needed to be updated for a modern audience.
All living things are connected by the same thread. A thread woven through all of existence. Some call it a force and claim to use it. But we know
What?
the thread is not a power you wield. Pull the thread.
I heard people say that the thread was not a replacement, like that was like a counter. The thread is not a replacement for the force. But, you know, just watching this clip alone, it does sound like they're trying to definitely say that it is the same thing.
Change everything. It ties you to your destiny. It binds you to others.
And right after Mother Anastasia says that the thread is not a power you wield, she wields the power. Now, apparently the thread is some gobbledygook having to do with the power of one or two or many, and Mother Anastasia demonstrates this by showing the power of one, which is force pushing one woman, or showing the power of two, which is force pushing two women, and I'm guessing the power of many is pushing many women.
All I know is that dyke can play.
And after one of the girls' mothers, Mother Anastasia, pushes them to the ground to where they almost hit their head on the steps, the other mother, Coral, hears a noise from the computer room. Is it the Jedi they've already acknowledged they know is on the planet, or is it a computer malfunction because they have no men for IT?
Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? You're having problem with your computer.
And after another scene about the two girls arguing about the Ascension, Mother Anastasia explains what it is.
Ascension is about walking through fear. It is about sacrificing a part of yourself, the power of many, instead of the power of one.
No offense, but it sounds like some commie gobbledygook.
Then we get a heavy dose of modernity.
The galaxy is not a place that welcomes women like us.
Yes, the message is strong with this one, and we're just getting...
So yes, women with power are oppressed, and the galaxy discriminates against us. Everyone, it goes back to the whole thing with women in power are always get more criticism than men with power. It's the known feminist talking point because they can't think of real life problems, so they have to create them. And I do think that's real. I think to some extent women do get more criticism, but maybe they should as well at the same time, because some of their practices tend to be also different from the way men handle things as well. So it's the action-reaction sort of relationship that we end up having. They already have witches in Star Wars. They're called the Night Sisters, says Steven. Yeah, I heard about those, and it's again, come to think of it, it's very interesting that they always end up going with the original route. By the way, I have no idea what I'm doing with these cards. I'm just kind of like booking it and hoping I end up winning. And the winner of the round combines his 2 cards with 5 shared. I'm kind of taking my poker knowledge, which is very surface level, and I'm hoping everything goes well. I don't even know what the cards are, so let's just let's call it. Oh wow. Okay. I don't even know what I'm doing, so let's just go with it. But yes, these witches are better than Plague is, according to this effing show. It says Nimbus. Huh. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they claimed. Mudcap, is this the episode with that cringy musical ritual? It is, Mudcap. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many. They're off key. Harmonica. Didn't Wheel of Time have the witches with thread thing? It probably did. I'm not up to speed on the whole Wheel of Time, but I think it did have witches, and I think it may have had something to do with... What are the cards like? Oh yeah, we're folding. Folding. Here you go. yeah, I'm not like too familiar on the Wheel of Time thing, but yeah, I think it does have witches at least.
Started. And just in case you weren't convinced in the previous two scenes,
But that's like, that's a fantasy show, right? So you would expect for it to very much lean into it. Can we look at, what is the point of looking around? Seriously, look at your cards. Let's not raise it right now. Let's stay at 12.
Osha doesn't want to become a witch and May does. They show you
Unfolding.
again. And this is where we find out this very peaceful all-female covenant of witches is hunted and persecuted by who? The Republic? The Jedi?
Tonight we enact a ceremony we have not performed since our exile. We were hunted.
They were exiled.
Persecuted, forced into
Oh
hiding,
no.
all because some would
They're having a mental orgy.
our dark, unnatural. We were on the brink of extinction.
Get it? Oh, somebody's just cackling in the background. Did you guys hear that? Hold on, let me just turn up the volume for this. And they called us unnatural. Going back to those LGBTQ plus themes. Unnatural. They called us unnatural. Our LGBTQ plus community is just called unnatural, and we take this very much to heart because we are greater than what you make us out to be. Yeah, it's the same verbiage.
Enact a ceremony we
verbiage.
have not performed since our exile. We were hunted, persecuted, forced into hiding, all because some would consider our power dark, unnatural. We were on the brink of extinction.
What the hell was that? And if that wasn't bad enough, we've finally arrived to the cringe part. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Disney Star Wars.
It was Kathleen Kennedy, harmonics. She is the Grand Witch. Or the Grand Master. The Grand Wizard.
If that wasn't bad enough, we've finally arrived to the cringe part. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Disney Star Wars.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
The power of many. See, even I was cleaner than these witches.
The power of many.
You know, I've seen something like this before.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, there you go. That's what it was. I was gonna say Nerdrotic just unlocked a memory for me, and it was watching Midsummer in the theaters for me. And I remember this scene. It was just the entire movie was just, goodness gracious, it was awful. But this scene in particular took the cake.
So the Ascension ceremony starts. And
Just a reminder that Dave Filoni approved everything in this show. The savior of Star Wars, everyone, says Moodcap. Yes, for those who are not aware, Dave Filoni approved everything in the show. He is the creative chief producer now, or whatever. Dave Filoni is in charge of approving everything that you see right now. And so he is the creative consultant, the creative engine. He is responsible for that. And so anything you see right now, that is, Dave Filoni signed off on it. He approves of it, and you can't make excuses for him anymore, which I've seen people say that, he is his own guy. You can't really criticize him for what somebody else did. Well, here you go. Here you have it. He doesn't hide the fact that he is very friendly with Leslie Headland. He approved the show, and it's widely reported by even the press themselves that like the Hollywood Reporter types, the trades, they say this themselves. He approved this, and you can't make excuses for him anymore. Stephen Filoni is underhated. true, and I think that's going to change. I think it took Kevin Feige some time to be to go from underhated to hated, and I think he is fairly hated now. Feige with the whole She-Hulk situation. That's crazy, isn't it? Filoni took inspiration for Ahsoka from Arian Johnson. And this is where you get to fill me in on who Arian Johnson is. Is he like a comic book writer, for example, and he did his own character, and then Filoni just probably did his own version of that character, and he called her Ahsoka, and he just ran with it and took the Ryan Johnson. That was a typo. Huh. So, wait. Filoni took inspiration. Oh, you're talking about the TV series Ahsoka, not the character herself. So you're saying Filoni took inspiration for Ahsoka from Ruin Johnson. Okay. I see what you're saying now. But of all the Daves, he's got to be top 5 worst Dave. What other Daves are there? Dave Smith? But like, which one of them is like awful?
Leia is imbued with the purple ball of energy force of the thread, but then they are interrupted by the Jedi.
Okay, we can work with this.
Osha could get her purple ball of energy force of the thread. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out something historic just happened. From the time the title card hit after Soul's very
There we go. We
brief
got 70.
appearance spying on the children in the beginning of the episode, 13 minutes and 13 seconds passed without a man being on screen.
Yes, yes.
Pretty easy to figure out when you're watching a good show. It's got a world you buy into. You generally know where you are in that world. You know how much time has passed. Characters you're invested in, being consistent and making logical decisions. Everything the Acolyte isn't. So this is the point where things make even less sense. The Jedi claim they thought the planet was uninhabited despite breaking into.
Again, too much female energy. Too much female energy. And I've seen people use that phrase now a lot too, which is just so coincidental that, you know, you say something and then obviously people don't probably like watch it. But is this the manifest thing? You know, you say something and then it ends up taking like the universe ends up listening. Obviously, I don't believe in that stuff, but it's pretty hilarious that, you know, you see like these phrases just come up in other circles. And I do believe that you as an individual with a small following, sure, but even like you can really have an impact on how others think. And you know, people end up like people end up picking up on stuff and certain words, and they end up running with them. Or you can like shape people's ideas too. Just you guys having you guys here in this chat, you guys are also influencing what I think, and then I end up projecting those similar thoughts and ideas to others as well. And you know, it's a butterfly effect. It's like a snowball. Nimbus. Filoni gutted Jango Fett's backstory from the EU and gave it to Mando. And then when they were making the Boba Fett show, they said Boba was too much like Mando, so they changed Boba rather than their OC. So, yeah, that's Filoni for you. Except we didn't get to see Mando participate in the Mandalorian Civil War like Jango did, and they just used it on a surface level and wasted it completely. And then Steven agrees with Nimbus in terms of what he said because it's factual. That's fascinating. So Filoni gutted Jango Fett and gave it to Mando. Crazy. But then so when you say he gutted Jango Fett from the EU, are you the EU you're referencing is the one before Disney or the one after Disney? Because that's kind of what I'm thinking about. It's like, was Filoni involved with the EU when he was purchased before? Like, I guess Clone Wars is technically EU, but I assume you're talking about like comic books for Jango Fett. That's interesting. But then it's like when Mando came onto the scene, he's a Disney character, so that's kind of like what I'm wondering. It's like, when did Filoni got Jango Fett's backstory, was it when right before Mandalorian came out, and then he made that choice, which would be very scummy and very methodical of him? Or was it something that happened like in the past? Maybe he just kind of like disregarded Jango, and then over time he brought on Mandalorian. So that's I don't know if that made sense. But if it made any sense, if you could clarify, that'd be amazing. And we got Word 789 on here. Awesome. Good to have you. Is the new Acolyte worth watching? If you want to laugh at Star Wars, if you want to make fun of it, by all means, watch it. If you don't want to waste your time with typical progressive low-tier entertainment, then don't do it. Try to find something else. I started getting into like more westerns myself, partly because I'm playing Red Dead Redemption, and it felt wrong to just play a game like that and not watch any westerns. So I started watching a lot of westerns, and there's a new western coming out in a week, starring Kevin Costner, who was a relatively successful Western star, and he still is with Yellowstone, although that TV series is kind of taking its own direction away from him since he can't do it anymore for reasons that are undisclosed to us. But yes, so there's a new Western film. It's going to be 3 hours long, which is kind of a turnoff if it's a 3-hour film, but still, the trailer, the one that we watched one time ago, like a long time ago, it looked very good. So I'm looking forward to it, and I can't wait to see it in a week. Less than a week. It comes out on Friday. Next Friday. Today is what? Saturday? Yeah. So in like 6 days. So I don't know if I'll see it opening day, but it'll be worth watching. Hopefully. Filoni butchered the EU. Harmonica says Dave Barkowitz, aka Son of Sam. What about him? Oh, another Dave. I see. Moodcap, Filoni also made a female Django clone trooper. Of course he did. Why are we not surprised? See, like, that's the sort of stuff where I'm kind of like surprised where a lot of the fans are coming from when they said that Dave Filoni doesn't have, like, and we've seen interviews with him where he just makes fun of the fans for having opinions and that go against a lot of the progressive thoughts out there. So it's just odd for some people to have been sitting there saying that he is the good guy when it clearly he leans one way as well, and he's not hiding it at all. It's all at the same time. It's very hard to, when you're in this industry, it's very hard to kind of stand out, but it doesn't mean to, or like not to identify with like the progressive ideology. But at the same time, you don't have to be a liberal. You don't have to be outspoken on these issues. You can just kind of sit quiet, and that would be at least an indicator that, you know, hey, you're not totally unhinged. But then if we're looking at your projects, then you are still contributing to this problem. So Moodcap says Disney Filoni trampled over the EU. I like the Clone Wars. I like the Clone Wars show, but if he just said it wasn't in continuity with the EU, it would receive a lot of issues. I see. Okay. It's terrible. Nimbus says about Acolyte. Just from a writing standpoint, not even Star Wars. Well, guess what? I'm the type of person who would say, if it's a, like, you know, I don't like to separate, it's just from a writing standpoint and not even Star Wars, because the writing standpoint requires for you to stay within the limitations of this world. And so you can't just write from your ass. You have to stay within the rules of this world. Otherwise, you are lacking a lot of writing skills. And I do know what you're trying to say, that, you know, dialogue in how something is paced, that sort of aspect to it. But at the same time, again, lore, continuity is another important part of writing. And so, words, appreciated your short review. Thanks, Nimbus. David Parker, aka Toy Box Killer. And now you just totally lost me. I have no idea who that is. Harmonics. And Nimbus, I was happy for Clone Wars to overwrite Maul's ending in the EU. Honestly, Moodcap, that was just a huge benefit of the series. I think Maul got a ton of development. And Steven says, wasn't Maul supposed to rerun in George's plan for the sequels? I think he was. Moodcap, yeah, Maul is a great character in the show, but I hate how people online use that to justify things like, somehow, Palpatine returned. Do people actually do that? If that's the case, then it's not the same thing, is it? Because Maul got, well, I don't understand like what the reasoning behind the return of Darth Maul is, but I would say it's not the same, not on the same level. So it's more believable with Darth Maul, even though I'm still not a fan of like bringing him back, because I prefer when you kind of respect death as a concept in your storytelling, with rare exceptions.
A fortress, they also claim that they're not there to steal children.
The Jedi do not...
Yeah, word 789. The Rise of Skywalker had so many lines of dialogue that were just total disasters in terms of like, who wrote this? Sure, let's no, we're not raising it. We're calling it, we're staying in this. Let's see if we can kind of, oh, it's not looking good anymore. Okay. Let's fold. Alright. Last bet is 5, 10. Okay, good. In Disney canon, Maul was in a dumpster where he fashioned robotic spider legs and went insane. His brother found him and took him to the Night Sisters, who restored his mind. Yes, I am playing Red Dead, word 789, and it's pretty okay so far. I kind of want more development out of our protagonist. I've been told that we're gonna get it, and I'm counting on it, so we're just counting our minutes here. Have you ever played Elia's Dice? The game is lit. Oh wait, is that Liar's there? Or Layers Dice? Oh, Layers Dice. Yeah, about like some of like the stuff that you guys write in the chat, and I'm kind of like trying to read it. Sometimes I'm failing. It's because the text is very small for me, so I have to kind of like sometimes get closer to my computer, sometimes not. So yeah, Layers Dice. I have not. Is that a puzzle game? It sounds like one.
Not take children.
Do you speak any English?
Then Obi-Wan Trinity states you cannot deny a Jedi testing future Padawans, except when you can.
With your permission, of course.
But here comes the big one. You thought Anakin Skywalker was special with his immaculate midichlorian conception? Haha, that's nothing.
Where is their father?
They have no father.
And later we find out why.
I carried them.
I created them.
Heard that right. 2 women through the power of the scissor. I'm sorry, the thread conceived twin girls.
Hello, Masha. Hello, Fasha. Masha Ruten. Vista Masha. In the Fasha. Vista Masha.
And you would think with an entire episode that's a flashback that you get some context as to why May wants to kill the 4 Jedi. And I guess in a way you do. This episode confirms that the Jedi are complete idiots and that they're there to steal children. Other than that, everything goes down the way they said in the first 2 episodes. Osha and May are tested. May fakes her test. Osha doesn't because she wants to become a Jedi. May feels betrayed and wants to keep her sister there by killing her.
It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Then May sets a fire that spreads rapidly in the stone structure. It blows up the
So we
computer
win?
banks. I'm not really
Yes.
sure what they were that may or may not have been sabotaged. The guy from Squid Game manages to save Osha, but he's unable to save May, who falls off a bridge, and he never bothers to check on the body. And the entire all-female coven of witches is killed in the incredibly fast-spreading fire in a stone structure. Too bad there weren't any men around to set up any fire safety protocols.
Ooh.
The incompetent Jedi end up getting one of the two children that
Burn,
they steal,
literally.
and we find out that May is indeed alive, something we knew because we saw her in the first 2 episodes. Lesbian conception, the Force is now a thread, which gives credence to the Acolyte poster memes. Sounds like modern Lucasfilm. Yep, that was the worst episode of Disney Star Wars on D+. Is it the worst series? Time will tell. This is how creativity dies, to thunderous apathy. 20 years ago,
Yeah.
if you told me that people would not only hate Star Wars, which is still a form of caring, they would move into not caring, I would have thought you were crazy. But here we are. As The Acolyte is currently sitting at a 24% audience score, the lowest rated live action Star Wars ever, according to Inverse. Well, it's not Disney's fault. The Acolyte isn't ruining Star Wars. You are.
Oh, f off.
Last time I checked, my name wasn't in the credits. Was yours? Many have said it before, and I'll say it again as it was reiterated
Dang
by
it.
the Wrap just today. Star Wars was a male brand everyone could enjoy, mutated into a female brand no one can enjoy. So as the House of Mouse simultaneously flushes 2 beloved franchises, Doctor Who and Star Wars, down the bottomless toilet, one thing is abundantly clear. Everyone hates The Acolyte and Disney hates Star Wars. If you like what you heard, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you heard...
So yes, the witches gave birth to 2 twins through the power of lesbian witchcraft scissoring and Kathleen Kennedy's dryness. I don't know. I'm making a reference to Mr. Grizzy's video, just in case somebody's wondering. It's like, where did that come from? That's where it came from. And yes, now let's look at what the reaction to this episode was with the Disney shills.
These very upset fans have been saying that this is the episode 3, which would be the final nail in the coffin of Star Wars. And I was like, why would anybody say that? Why would anybody say that?
Why would anybody say that?
Huh, I don't know. The power of many. You smell like beef. I smell like beef.
I carried them.
You have to be careful with scissors.
You can't go. We're stuck here now. It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
The Acolyte, Episode 3, one of the most disappointing Star Wars episodes ever made.
Why would anybody say that?
I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life.
We've reached the 3rd episode of The Acolyte, and this one really surprised me in a good way.
Yes, just like anal stimulation surprises you in a good way.
I did think this episode was like a B-, which totally.
I mean, if you end up dressing up as Slave Leia, that says a lot about yourself. And that even goes to women. I'm like, why do you dress up as Slave Leia? The character that's going to get raped by a fat alien and is a slave that's going to get exploited. And you're you're almost naked, really. You're naked. Let's just face it. It doesn't say a lot about your character, alright? Especially if you're a guy. I mean, you have to steep to a next level of... I was going to say the F word, but...
Good. This is a really good story that's being told.
Yeah, man, this was a great episode.
God, I love this episode. This might be personally my favorite so far.
Well, I
The
hate
favorite
to be
so
bearer of
far,
bad
huh?
news. Just kidding, I love it.
Layers Dice is a mini-games like poker in RDR1. In this game? Really? Okay. I think I have not gotten to that just yet. That escalated fast. Yeah, it did. Woodcap, I assume you were referring to like the lesbians giving birth to twins who are very special now, like force dyads or something. I still find it funny how Twitter types claim Gary as a fake fan when he ran a comic shop and has tons of memorabilia of these franchises he suddenly supposedly hates. Yeah, it's very inconsistent. He has the receipts. He has something to show for. Unlike these fans, unlike these people on Twitter who just pirate comic books, right? Steven says they dress up like slave Leia for the attention. The guys are just pathetic. That's a good summary, I would say, Steven. And the previous comment was by Mudcap on YouTube. If I was to dress up as a Star Wars character, says Far Cry Lego, it'd be Darth Vader. Is it because you wouldn't have to show your face? But Steven, hey, now after canonizing the first gamer, Saint Pope Francis kept saying the F slur in Italian, and his usage increased after being told that it was a slur. Yes, it was. For those who don't know, Pope Francis ended up using the F slur that refers to gays in front of other bishops because he said that there's too many gay men in the church, that we should be accepting less of them, and he ended up saying it a second time later as well. So it was hilarious. Even after the media reported on it, that was like his first. I think he's like a people pleaser pope. He's purposefully, even when he's interviewed by liberals, he's purposefully trying to like be on their side, but then not totally side with them. He's still trying to be theologically consistent with the church teachings, but the way he kind of like talks about stuff is very just accepting of the other person's perspective, and he's really not trying to step on anybody's toes. And do we need that in our faith right now? I think we need more fighters, but hey, at least he's theologically sound for the most part, so that's... Although, again, some people would put that into question as well. I guess this stream is not about the Pope, so... but yeah, it's interesting that you bring it up, the slurs that he brought up, because yeah, that was a pretty hilarious news story. And unexpected, I did not expect him to say that stuff. Did you know Disney is trying to avoid calling Leia's slave outfit the Slave Leia outfit? Kind of like how they renamed Boba Fett's ship the Free Spray or Fire Spray because they think Slave 1 isn't politically correct. I heard about the Slave 1 vehicle, the ship of Boba Fett, but I did not hear about the Slave Leia outfit. I'd figured they would kind of lean into that more, partly because, she literally was a slave in that situation, so they'd be like, yeah, this is awful, this is horrendous. Slave Leia is an example of exploitation that should never see the light of day. But no, supposedly even that's too... It's funny how like leftists often eat each other alive, and that's another example of that. Even when you're trying to kind of like make a point about slavery that's like anti-slavery, even then you end up like offending somebody for even bothering to mention the word, even though they would use the word in certain scenarios. So it's just a matter of who has a bigger ego. Nimbus, insanity. Prequels researched and conducted experiments on creating life for longer than a human being's life, and still couldn't do what these witches have done apparently. I'm so pissed. Right on, Nimbus, as you should be. Far Cry Lego, yes, that is the reason why I would wear the Darth Vader mask. That would be the reason. No need to show my face if my face is burnt. Yeah, true. Steven, Disney theme parks are trying to get rid of Tinkerbell at the moment because of her skirt, I assume, and her attitude. I guess it's mostly the skirt. But that's sad. Although, yeah, she's not underage, is she? Is Tinkerbell underage? I don't think she is. So I think she's fine. Plus, they get the actress to be an adult anyway, right? So, and then plus it's like a fairy outfit. So, again, what's there to complain about? I guess there's always something. Welp matter. And also, like, the Disney theme parks are just kind of, I'm not gonna say they're losing the theme parks war, but Universal is really showing them off, right? Like, just leaving them behind in the dust, so to speak.
But according to the ratio of your positive Acolyte Episode 3 review, most of your own viewers didn't even like this episode.
Stings, doesn't it? The majority of people have really liked it. The critic reviews have been really good.
I was like, oh, this is compelling stuff. Like, this is
Everybody
actually,
likes it.
compelling to me.
You must be on crack.
Man, I really enjoyed what this episode was trying to do and what it was trying to accomplish.
You appreciate what they were trying to do, which is fundamentally change what the Force is, go full-on Force is female, tarnish the significance of Anakin Skywalker, and shit all over George Lucas's canon.
I liked it, and I liked that it challenges the lore.
And what these people mean when they say challenges the lore is that they appreciate when Disney breaks canon.
Pathetic. You're a freak.
All right, enough blind
All
praise
in,
with
let's
zero
go all in.
substance. Let's get to the good stuff.
Oh gosh, let's see what happens here, guys. We went all in. We got 10 high. And he does a pair of 6s. What does that mean? Oh no, crap. Well, that's it. We should have quit. Oh, we could have quit at any moment. Crap. Well, dang. I should have quit earlier. I just noticed. Well, let's see if we can salvage this.
All right, so anyway, she says that the galaxy is not kind to women who wield the Force. And let me tell you, a lot of Star Wars fans aren't either.
Here we go.
Okay, so I can definitely see why a certain vocal minority will be up in arms at this episode, mostly because it features almost exclusively women.
You know, it's amazing that these people
Yeah, I
think
mean,
that after
no, I think it's a valid critique, honestly. And honestly, I agree, yeah. I think we should complain that this show is about women. I mean, why should it be about women if it's Star Wars? It should be about mostly men, really. And so for them to lean into like the female characters, female, even the Jedi, right? Even the Jedi, the Padawans, the kids who are being taught these things, the class is mostly made up of little girls. That's, they're trying to do something here that's just far beyond creative decisions. It's ideological, it is perverted, and it is inaccurate with what you had before. So yes, we should complain about it.
2 completely ratioed trailers and a current Rotten Tomatoes audience score sitting at 20, that we are still the minority.
As expected, some of the discourse from the vocal minority who just don't seem to like anything with women or people of color in it.
What an idiot.
I will say, I think it's going to be very hard for Disney to cast upcoming Star Wars projects because this level of hate just isn't worth it, even for up-and-coming actors. Like poor Lee Jung-jae coming off of Squid Game.
Had I just seen that you can quit at any moment, I would have left earlier. Because I thought you had to kind of like wait it out, right? But apparently not. Anyway. Yeah, by the way, before we get in with this video, let's start this mission. Let me put on my headphones. Alrighty, let's go. Now, this whole Star Wars Acolyte situation is insanity.
Hey, Gringo.
Gringo? Who are you talking to?
Sit down and have yourself a drink. Sure.
I like this guy.
Say, any word of Javier Escuela? No.
He's cool.
Yet. Say, why are you after him anyway? We're old friends. He was kind of
educated together.
So what is this, some kind of high school reunion sort of thing?
Something like that. Well, you've killed people. You lived a life.
That I have.
And I tried to stop. I mean, I don't know. I tried to go straight. I did.
It's good to
I
go
left
straight.
the gang after the gang left me. Left me to die after I'd been shot. They'd all gone crazy anyhow. Our old leader, fella you probably heard of. Anyway, he more or less lost his mind, went and shot a bunch of people unfair like. I got shot in a robbery. They left me, and I left them.
Well, that's how it goes.
Already had me a woman, got me a farm, then I got me more trouble.
Sure.
More backstory.
Been sent to track down the men I used to run with. Track them, kill them.
Well, if you don't, someone else will.
So there is a revenge component to this. Pretty interesting. Yeah.
There's no escape. Look at me, I spent
And it was always that way since the very beginning, but now we're getting that there was they left him there to die, or they turn on him in the moment and they just left him. And yeah.
5 years killing men. Look at me now, sitting around here like some low-rent would-be messiah. We're relics. Come on, have yourself another drink and let's wallow in a little self-pity.
Sounds like a plan.
Your health.
Mr. Ricketts! Mr. Ricketts! Thank the Lord I have found you. And you, Mr. Marston.
Will you sit down? You all right?
I'm well, sir. But Allende is sending more men to the death. Prisoners who have not been tried. A prominent writer, Castilla, and a local official whose only crime was not putting the small holders on the street when they were late with taxes.
Writers and government officials. For once, I agree with Allende. Some men need to be killed.
Mr. Ricketts!
Whoa, her eyes are huge.
Where are they?
Out near Escalera.
Let's hang up our self-pity and go shoot ourselves some bad guys. You're gonna be all right.
Those dang G-men.
Thank you. Both of you.
All right.
All right, here we go again.
All right, let's get back to Grace Randolph's tweet. Let's see if she makes a compelling case for her argument here. Let's see, where is she? So here she says, I will say that I think it's going to be very hard for Disney to cast upcoming Star Wars projects because this level of hate just isn't worth it, even for up-and-coming actors. Well, I think casting for Disney is going to be extremely easy because they do love this sort of publicity. Even when fans are kind of just quiet about stuff, even then they find a way to find somebody, that one person or two people who are just more critical, and then they call them racist, and then the media run with it. And there's an entire campaign build around it. That's what we saw with Reva's character in the Obi-Wan TV show. No one was talking about that TV show for 3 episodes. Then Reva did something stupid in episode 4. That's the only thing people talked about. That's finally when people started talking about, well, not even. People just criticized Reva. And then Disney took that and they made the whole show about the fact that the actress got racist messages, and they pushed that. And that's the only parts that people were talking about in regards to Obi-Wan, because the series itself was underwhelming and boring. And then by the end of once it got to the last episode, then people talked about what happened in the last episode, which was ridiculous and stupid. But yeah, nobody was talking about Obi-Wan until the Disney played the race card themselves. I wouldn't even be surprised if they're the ones who are sending all these messages to their actresses, because it would make sense. It's the only way they can generate any sort of headline. Disney theme parks are oh yeah, I read that one. Far Cry Lego. Since the theme parks are no longer not going well at the moment, I'd rather go to Universal again over Disney. Remember everyone, there was only 1 through 6 Clone Wars, Rogue One, and Rebels in terms of like what is canon. And you sent me a vid by DM. Interesting. Okay, I'll take a look at that later. And did we read her comment? Oh yeah, we didn't finish it. Like poor Lee Jung Jae coming off of Squid Game doing a great job on Acolyte, and for what? Well, maybe he should have gotten a different project. And I don't think anyone was criticizing him specifically. I don't remember him getting hate. If your point is that the association alone is hurtful to somebody's career, and again, just being more picky with it. And Disney should be the one who should make those calls. They should be the ones who have a pulse on the whole situation. And maybe they tried to not, like, look what happened with this female surfer casting. They just did that on purpose to generate controversy. They did that stuff on purpose, right? They didn't have to. They could have announced a male, even if they wanted a female silver surfer, even then they could have announced a male one first and then the female one after the fact. They could have done that, since the pro argument, the people who are defending the female silver surfer, are saying, well, we're still getting the male silver surfer. It's just a matter of time. And it's a bad argument for several reasons, but on its, like, if you take that statement alone, then why didn't they cast the male one first, knowing that that would ease people into the announcement that there was going to be a female one as well, right?
Great job on the
So again, it's
Acolyte,
Disney
and
being
for
very
what?
aware of this stuff. Yeah. And Nimbus says, have you seen the diss video the actress for the twins Acolyte made for the fans of Star Wars? Yes, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna dissect it here. We're gonna criticize it, and it's going to be right after this video, actually. So it's great that you kind of mentioned that, Nimbus, because we're doing that. We're gonna hone in on that chick. Make no mistake. We're gonna go laser focused on her, and it's gonna be fun.
First of all, no one is going after Lee Jung Jae or any of these actors personally.
Exactly.
However, I will say this, Chlamydia Burns, Grace Randolph, if it does keep away some of these active...
I don't get why he calls her Chlamydia Burns. I think Grace Randolph is like enough of a name to, like, you don't have to call her Chlamydia Burns. I think everybody, just saying Grace Randolph, I think everybody understands who you're dealing with. So that's like a playground insult that's not really hitting the mark.
Directors and activist showrunners, that is a good thing at the end of the day, and I'll take it.
Acting like children in the lead up to this show, just because, again, they seem to have an issue with anything that's not revolving around a straight white male lead.
Can't wait to see what Discourse Nerdrotic comes up with this week.
Oh, great. We have the cuck with the OnlyFans wife. Oh, look at her. What is she wearing? That's insane. You should, like, seriously. Dude. You really have no say. You have no control over your wife. She's just a loose cannon running through 15 men while you just sit there and have to listen to it every single night, don't you? I mean, that's just embarrassing, man. I feel bad for you now. But why do you pick on Nerdrotic for having a normal review, whereas you just provide stupid faces?
As he continues to grift that corner of the
Grift.
internet for money.
Wow.
And while you continue to chill. Glad we could meet each other in the middle there.
Taking a shot at Nerdrotic, ladies and gentlemen, calling him a gwifta.
As he continues to grift that corner of the internet.
His wife is like, my husband is such a loser. I would definitely take Nerdrotic over this guy. She's like, well, how did I end up here? Good question, redhead. Fake redhead. How did you end up here? I think she's trying to channel that. What's her name? What's the streamer? My competitor. Asmon, no, not Asmongold. Yes. Asmongold is a Twitch thought. No. What's her name? Come on. You guys know the name of the person. The redhead chick. The fake redhead on Twitch. Who is a thought? You guys will write her name soon. I forget. Dang it! But it's like very pop. Whatever. You guys know who I'm talking about, right? The Twitch streamer, the female Twitch streamer who has red hair. Who's a redhead. Hoske, you activate yourself on Twitch. You know who I'm talking about.
For money.
Yeah.
For beliefs that I genuinely think he does not honestly hold.
Wow.
Okay, that's just random. And obviously he's not going to go into why he thinks that because he has no argument, right? And he's just saying stuff that he has no argument, so he's just going to use like whatever's at the top of his mind. It's like an NPC response. He has nothing, so he's just going to say whatever, and then he just hopes that his words end up finding their way, which is like a Michael Scott The Office reference. And it's accurate for him, I would say.
So you're accusing Nerdrotic of being a fake. You're accusing him of being a fraud. This guy has, what, thousands of action figures and comic books? Knows his shit to the point that he's appeared on Pierce Morgan. And you're trying to label him a fake.
Yeah, he's a top-tier gamer.
Do you want to start doing grift content so that we make more money?
Aren't you already doing that?
You just have to be racist.
I don't think you know what grifter
Like,
means.
you know what? If you don't enjoy it,
Chill.
just stop watching it.
Why don't you stop watching it? I mean, you and the rest of your pals in this video clearly aren't having fun. We are having fun.
Just quick pause. This guy here is saying that the war is getting more intense by the day. People are getting executed for just believing in things. So that's just something I'm throwing out there, in case you missed it.
On trashing this shit. Are you having fun ripping on Disney Star Wars and watching them cry,
Yeah, we
whine,
are.
complain, and get triggered?
That's why we're
Smash
here.
the like button if you are.
Do it.
Father, they were carried by Mother Coral, they were created by Mother Anastasia. I absolutely think we're meant to think of Anakin's birth in this moment.
Fans feel this undercuts Anakin's specialness and his uniqueness. But I actually think that it makes him even more special. No! And it deepens and heightens the lore around that aspect of his character.
Why is that? Because it leaves open the possibility in your headcanon that Shmi Skywalker is a lesbian and got knocked up with the thread?
Well, now that makes Anakin less special because of that. I'm not really going to have that same criticism just because this is a very different thing. This is very separate from those movies. I know it's the same universe technically, but
who
It
cares
is.
if it breaks canon or ruins characters because we're getting more content, more Star Wars content, right?
I don't really, when I'm watching this, I'm not constantly thinking about how it fits into the larger universe. Like, I don't really care. I just want a good story here.
Yeah, screw George Lucas and his legacy because we got Disney Star Wars trying to indoctrinate people.
See, that's what that separation of Star Wars writing from writing does to you. It's like you eventually end up being more lenient to garbage storytelling in general. One leads to the other.
Kids.
It's not the end of the world, right?
Based on what we know about the other vergences, the sets of twins, maybe that's why Anakin himself is divided between the light side and the dark side, which I find it fascinating. Like, that's why he's split right down the middle.
She has absolutely no idea what she's talking about, as you're about to see here.
Well, first off, there's already been another set of twins created by the Force in the animated show Star Wars Visions, another Force dyad, a male and female.
But that's not
by
canon.
Kylo Ren and-
The Visions show is not canon, and even if it were, it would be just another case of bad writing. And there's something interesting happening right now. He's talking about his family here. and how the old man was asking, like, "Hey, you must miss your family, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's the only thing that's keeping me going." So let's just listen to what they're gonna say here.
You know, you remind me a lot of myself. How I used to be. Stubborn and angry.
You ain't changed.
Is he angry?
You see that? Prison.
Okay, cool. So the action's happening good. We have that established. Awesome. And here we go.
Ray.
Star Wars Visions is not canon, which she got roasted for in her own comment section. And you know what else she got? Massively, and I mean massively, ratioed for her Star Wars The Acolyte episode.
I love how he left his dislike there too.
And of course, like all these other Disney Star Wars shills defending The Acolyte, you gotta make sure to cry racism.
Now, I didn't see anyone complaining about the Star Wars Vision situation, which is literally exactly the same. Although, you know, of course, different ethnicity.
Like, I love queer shit.
I love when Star Wars is weird and gay, so...
You got a lot of problems, don't you?
Maybe some people.
It's hilarious how you can never say this stuff if you're being negative, like saying, "I hate this stuff because it's gay," but then saying, "I love this stuff because it's gay." It's like, that's okay. Okay.
In Star Wars, God forbid, everybody lose their mind.
Because it's got two moms, and a lot of people have a problem with that.
You know, we got a coven full of women, blah, 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 not enough white men, blah, blah, blah. Women touching each other's faces. Oh my God, it's way too gay.
God, these
It
people
is.
accuse us of recycling the same argument over and over again,
Ooh.
and yet they do the same exact thing, but significantly more.
If your criticism of this even involves the word woke, it just gets deleted in my comments.
It's a good thing I don't use that word.
A coven of exclusively women that includes trans women. So you cannot have a father and still exist from this setting. You can
Oh, that's a
still have kids.
tranny.
Wait a second. Are you trying to say that there are trans women in the coven and they are sleeping with the biological women in the coven and therefore...
You can still have kids there.
That's fucking disgusting. Oh, throw up.
Created by Leslie Heathland. Yeah, girl. Fucking again. What episode 3? What a fucking banger.
This isn't lore breaking at all. Like in the slightest. None of this is.
Leslie Headland has done such a phenomenal job.
Well, are you retarded? Real Rejects, another pro-Disney channel getting ratioed for shilling for The Acolyte episode 3.
Crap.
Nice. Phantom Menace, we had waited since Return of the Jedi.
That's a good
Star
guy.
Wars film. And then we immediately start with a trade dispute. You know.
Yes, because this was just
No, not the cactus.
significantly better than the Phantom Menace, right? Fuck off.
And it resembles and parallels to things in our real world, which is something that George Lucas did originally with the original trilogy.
God, trying to compare The Acolyte
What a
episode 3
twit.
to what George did with the original trilogy. But I'm not a Disney shill, these people say.
Bullshit!
Okay, now what I'm about to show you now is truly insane. This Grogu-attracted person made the attempt on Twitter to defend Leslie Headland's relationship with Harvey Weinstein
Oh, crap.
by trying to link George Lucas to Harvey
Crap.
Weinstein as well, so as to say, well, you can't criticize Leslie Headland and not criticize George Lucas. George Lucas took one picture with the guy in
Finally, the game is getting somewhat more
Leslie Headland was
difficult.
his personal assistant for 4 years, and not 1 year like you tried to lie about in your tweet.
A seriously low IQ person. Seriously.
I swear to God, the lengths these Disney shills go to defend Disney Star Wars is truly insane and even disgusting at times. Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out some of the other Star Wars content
Yippee-ki-yay.
already live on the channel. And if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
Hold on, that's a good guy, okay. Let me finish this, because now we want to get to the diss track right? So we're gonna get to the diss track by the actress herself. So let's finish this. We're gonna finish this. Watch me. It's gonna be epic. Let me just make the screen bigger here. There we go. We can do this. Boom. How do we miss? They're not? There we go. Give it to me. Give it to me. Wait, you guys can't even hear the game. My apologies. There we go. So, the wagon is ours. Let us run away with these slaves. We're gonna get them back to America illegally. And then we're gonna get back to our Star Wars Acolyte stuff. We got a pretty interesting clip ahead. Give it to me. Ayo, pause. Did I miss something, guys? Did I say something that sounded wrong? Give it to me. By the way, thanks for the likes, guys. Oh crap, I'm reading the chat and running into a bunch of stuff. Okay. Oh, there we go. We got some enemies. Almost heaven. We are? Let us cross then. Let's run into them. There we go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Just keep your head down. Keep your head down. We got this. And I think we did it. We got through the worst of it. Yes, we did it, guys. Nice. Alright. Yeah, you're welcome.
We'll handle it from here. I know you got other matters to attend to.
It's been nice riding with you, Mr. Ricketts.
And you too. You took me back to another time. Talk to Louisa. She'll help you, and she's well connected in that other land. I hope you find what you're looking for, Marston.
You know what I'm looking for.
If you say so, Marston. If you say so.
Okay, now how do we get back is the question, but that's for us to figure out after this segment. So, first to give you some background here, the actress, the black actress with the dreads who plays the twins, she is going to go rogue because a lot of reviewers started criticizing her character, but also the actress herself for what she once said in an interview. I think it was in 2018 when she was 18. And to give you a perspective what clip we're talking about, it is this one. So let me pull it up, and we're gonna get somebody else on this stream. I purposefully got him to kind of share what he thought about the whole situation. He and I go way back, so he's really a good friend of mine. He really knows his stuff. Everybody welcome my friend to the show. You know, you might know him. His name is Andrew Tate. he's gonna, of course, provide his commentary. Hey, Andrew. So what do you think about what she's gonna say in this interview? And he has his brother here with him as well. So yeah, let's hear what they have to say.
If people watch The Hate You Give, what do you want them to walk away with?
Well, I mean, white people crying actually was the goal.
So it's like, hey, this movie called The Hate You Give, what is the takeaway for people? And she's like, white people crying, what's the goal? And she laughs about it.
It's interesting to me because I'm mixed race. I'm half black and half white.
Yeah, I'm as black as Trevor Noah. Yeah, these people are half white.
So why do they hate half of themselves? Why is this little sitting there saying it's important to make white people cry in a nation built by white people? I wouldn't ever say my intention is to make all black people cry with my content. But it's not even about the fact of me being black.
Thank you, Andrew. You can put on a shirt as well. But yes, please continue.
I wouldn't say it's my intention to make all Chinese people cry. It wouldn't be my intention to make all men cry, all women cry. No, she's sitting there. My actual goal is to make all white people cry. Trevor, who's supposed to be the adult, say, hey, you know, a lot of people who are watching your movie are white, and the people who invented the camera are white, and the people who invented the cinema are white, and we're living in a nation that was founded by white men, and we should all get along here. Instead of sitting there saying that's a stupid thing to say, he says this. And fucking jizzes in his pants.
Thanks, Andrew. But you don't have to go away just yet. So that was the interview. And it's a creepy shot. There we go. So now that we have this, the actress really took it to heart, the criticisms, and I don't know if she saw Andrew Tate calling her out. I don't think she did, but it was just like a general thing that she noticed, and she decided, hey, I'm going to show my haters that I'm better than all of them, and I'm really going to diss them in a way that's, I'm really going to show them that I am the one, the only one that can, I am the one, the only one. And she's got all the respect on the streets, apparently. And so what she ended up doing is she ended up recording a song where she proves her haters wrong. So this is the actress, Amanda Stanberg, and she is, for those who don't know, she is half white, half black, half Danish, half black, although her last name Stanberg sounds kind of Jewish, so maybe it's like Danish Jew kind of background, maybe. But I'm at the same time, I'm not all that familiar with Danish last names, so maybe she's just white. So half white, half black, and she speaks like she is, I don't know, like, it's always interesting for me that a lot of times when somebody is half white, half black, which I know I have people in my audience that are like that, but then it's always interesting that like, you guys usually or I don't know if you guys personally do, but from what I've seen is that those people usually end up siding more with their black side of, like, their black roots, and I don't know where that comes from. I think maybe it comes from the fact that maybe it's just more popular to be kind of like more black, so you kind of side with that a little bit more because it's going to give you some advantages in terms of hiring, right? Because you want to diversify your team, and it's kind of like you're the underdog seen by many, so that's also something you like to have. You like to be there's like so many people talking about like the black issues and all that stuff, so you want to be a part of that. So I think that's one of the many reasons why you want to perhaps identify with more your black side than your white side. And at the same time, you have the black genes are usually the prominent ones, right? So you usually end up a child of a black and a white parent is usually, has like more, takes more after the black parent more than the white one, for those reasons. And that's, as you can see, that's kind of the case here. She's has like a darker skin tone. She's still a light skin, but she has her afro, so that's also another part of it. Steven says she's not Jewish. Berg is a fairly common Danish last name. There we go. I figured that could be a possibility. So thank you for educating us here. I very much appreciate that. I mean it 100%. Even though I said educating. And yes, we'll have Andrew Tate with us reacting to the whole thing. So here we have him looking very stressed out by the whole situation. But yes, so what is this diss track? What is she going to sing? Let me just say this from the get-go. She sounds, this music, like the way the song opens, listen to it. Does that sound like a happy song? It sounds like a villain song with a bunch of creepy dark dungeon noises from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, where you enter the grave of Hyrule. It sounds like that. So it's like, girl, you are not making yourself look like a good person, and that's the tone of this song. Beautiful dancing, very uplifting, and totally not embarrassing. This is definitely the wide part of her ancestry dancing here. So yes, she is saying actual words. You are not mistaken here. She is trying to articulate something. We can't tell exactly what it is because it's the way she just maybe enunciates the words. Maybe it's how it's been recorded. Whatever it is, it's very hard to pick up what she's actually saying. So it's, by the way, the closed captions, the subtitles, that's not me, that's not anybody else, that's her. She posted this video with the subtitles because nobody understands what she is saying, and she probably recognized that, so it's good for her that she posted those. But if you wanted to post a diss track, maybe it wasn't a good idea to, maybe it would have been a good idea to make it, better sounding. Just a thought. And then what she does with her song, she just whispers throughout the whole thing, and it sounds like she's using some kind of chat filler voice. It's like one of those chipmunk voices. It kind of sounds like that, and it doesn't sound good at all. So prepare for a lot of cringe. I know, Far Cry Lego, you're kind of allergic to that, so take heed, because or maybe do the opposite, which is just maybe just mute her. But honestly, for this one, you'd probably want to hear what she has to say, and we'll have to read to really pay attention. Plus, just on wait, what are you saying? The witches choir in the back, says Nimbus. Wait, is that the actual witches choir from the ACOLYTE? Is it really? Or are you making a joke? Because if that is the witches choir, then that's even more hilarious than I thought it was. Okay, diss tracks are supposed to have a darker beat, says Steven. Do they? I mean, it's one thing to have I don't know, I think like a lot of tracks have that anyway, like that sort of, I don't know, it sounds like too haunting, too horror related, like you're gonna get creeped out by something. It's not even that it sounds like heavy or anything of that sort. It just sounds like she's trying to make it seem creepy. And I guess, do most diss tracks sound like they're coming from a villain? I wouldn't say so. They do sound like they're coming from either a narcissist or they're coming from somebody who's gunning after you. They sound like they're coming from an antagonist who is very confident in themselves. Maybe like the whole thing where I get more women than you. If that ever ends up being like an angle in a diss track, then yes, that ends up making a person look stupid. But merely talking about just the sound itself, how it sounds like it could come from a horror movie, really. Nimbus says, I don't know, I'm just making a joke. Okay, well, I figured you were, and in that case, it's a very good joke, because I wouldn't be surprised if that were actually the case. The Witch's Choir in the back, and Far Cry Lego says, give me something not cringe. There you go, after this. Please, give us a good song. Plus, put on Invisible after this. War crime. Do you mean Invincible? Watch the Mona song parody for Star Wars, where Luke leaves Rey on the island and flies off into space with Chewbacca. Huh. We might have to watch that too. So yes, the whole song is going to sound like she's just preaching, and it's going to sound like a bunch of information dump. So take that as you will. It's going to be very cringy. So yeah, pay attention to what she's saying. As you guys can see, Andrew Tate looks very impressed. He is not impressed by what he's saying. He looks terrified, actually. So if he's terrified, then that means we should be too, because it's not going to get any better than this. So yeah, she went on Twitter. What's the goal? It just sounds robotic. Okay, so you guys saw that interview before. You guys saw what it was. And so now she's kind of like recapping like what she was specifically talking about. So she starts off saying, okay, I was talking about this dark story about a black boy who got shot and killed, and that was the story, and it was sad. And I was asked what the goal was, right, of this movie, and they said, well, if you look at, well, she first says, not that it was her intention, but she says that black people who watched the movie cried because of what they saw, whereas the white people who saw the movie, or look at it this way, black people who watched the movie cried because they could relate, or they could relate with the fears that the characters were going through, and the white people cried because they could finally see the black people as real human beings. And the one thing that she said that white people need is empathy. And now she's kind of backing away from that claim. Like, sure, in the original clip, we can kind of go back to it. But in the original clip, as you can see, because here she's saying, well, I was just kidding, guys. You know, it was a joke that was supposed to be, that had like a deeper meaning, which was that, well, the idea was that people were supposed to cry on it. But you specifically went out of your way to single out white people, and now even now in this song you are saying that the intention for the white people was that they would finally see black people as human beings. So even then you're coming at it from a perspective of, oh, you guys don't see us as human beings, and so you're already kind of like turning these white people into monsters, right? So even in here, when you're trying to back down from making it seem like it was a bad comment, even then you accidentally end up calling those people, like calling white people pretty, defamatory things. So yeah, like, just again, now she's kind of like, you could say that she's making a joke that leans into that sort of rationale that she was
the hate you give. What do you want them to walk away with?
trying to make.
White people crying actually was the goal.
So yeah, again, she hones in on white people on purpose. and she knows what kind of reaction that's going to get, right? So we can read between the lines. So her trying to say, well, you guys just gotta read the lines, that's all I was saying. And then the way they laugh at it at the same time, the way she laughs at
It's
it.
interesting to me.
Again, that's being dishonest. And even in your song, you're also dishonest, even here. You can't help but just say that white people, yeah, you guys did not see us as human beings. No, you're saying that right now. So even when you're trying to not even own up to what you were doing there, you still end up making yourself look bad, miss. So that's not a good look. Anyway, let's see what other people will be crying after this.
They splice lines, make hate, they recognize, make it look like the same propaganda they spew.
No, that was pretty... Nobody took you out of context on that. And so, they conflate our pain with violence. Do I have anything to say to that? Probably not. But it's what you're going to see down here, like later down the line, is that she's going to be using a lot of the same language. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. You're probably crawling about your ears. But there is some stuff that she mentions here that I figured, oh, she's making points that I disagree with, so let's go over them. Plus, she's dissing you guys, everyone here, for just not liking her character and maybe taking issue with what she said before. Yeah. So she's not taking kindly to any of it, and she's going to be using a lot of those buzzwords that people... And just pay attention to how she looks throughout this whole video. She looks like she's got a lot of contempt for other people. Like, this is something else about diss tracks, is that you're supposed to own it. Like, you're supposed to own the fact that you're insulting someone. You're supposed to be confident. You're supposed to almost be, like, unbothered by the fact that you're, like, you're dissing somebody. Like, you're not scared of the person you're trying to insult, and you couldn't care less because you've got like a very expensive car and a mansion that you live in. So why would you care? Whereas for her, it's a little bit different, because when you look at her face and her expressions and her eyes, she looks like she's just angry, and yeah, I think hatred is really what's coming through in her eyes the most. Like, she's really arguing, and that really just captures what this song is like, just from a lyrical perspective as well. It's just a bunch of paragraphs that are Twitter arguments more than an actual song with lyrics, rhymes, or any sort of coherency, like a musical coherency.
Tells me you afraid of the truth.
Yeah, she is just not doing it. Awful dance. What is this? So broken. No, you don't have that, sorry. You don't have the it factor when it comes to dancing. And now she's gonna go on the tangent about woke and how people have used it and weaponized it. It used to be a black thing. That was supposed to that was our word, and you guys took it away from us. So that's what she's gonna do here, and you can just listen to her argumentation. Like I said, it's going to be a lecture, not an actual song.
They spin and woke, bastardize it and appropriate it. That's not a call, woke or something with creators. Truth to power, keep an eye out for you silly racists. And now they use it to describe anything they threatened by. Remember when Gambino put it in the zeitgeist? It was all about the people recognizing bigotry, the power of community, not fodder for your clickbait. Speaking of which, journalists, I'm looking at you. Did you forget it's your job to provide the truth? Spreading divisiveness, mining the metrics and data. Seem you gave up all your efforts for money and views.
I actually agree with this one, but you can see that the entire second verse is about her singing about just the word woke. It's like, really, that's the racist things that you've heard. This is really the problem for you. Is this the racism? Victor C is here. Hey, wow, she's so out of touch with reality. She really is, because even when she's like trying to argue for these causes, she's focusing on like arguing against the word woke, and she's going on a tangent about woke. It's like, if you want to highlight the racism you've been put through, you know, you can even do the bare minimum of finding that one comment that somebody said something about you, and you can make fun of that person. But no, you're just going about like this, you're going into this long tangent about woke, the word woke. Like, that's just a waste of time, and you clearly needed a second verse, so you just settled for something like that. But I do agree with the thing she said about the journalist, because like I said, I do think, and at the same time, she should also criticize Disney, but she can't do that because they pay her, they own her. Speaking of slaves, they essentially kind of own her, so she can't criticize Disney, even though they're the ones really pushing the hate, and kind of it trickles down from them, and it goes to the journalist. You know, they keep the journalists keep the flames going. They fan the flames, and so yeah, I agree with what she said about the journalist. Although I guess maybe she's coming from it at like a perspective of calling them out, calling people out. Maybe that's what they're going for here. Maybe that's what she's going for here. And by the way, yeah, I accidentally said they, but she also goes by, she identifies as a non-binary somehow. I don't know why, but she also goes by pronouns she, her, and they, them. It's not something you needed to know, but it is something I mentioned just to kind of tell you how unhinged she is and out of touch with reality, like Victor C said. Because she only also I mean, she's also a Hollywood star who started working for Disney at age 4. She started like posing as a model for Disney products at age 4. She was already working in Hollywood as a child model, a child actress. And she had like one of the most easiest rises to fame with Hunger Games and some other stuff like The Hate U Give, which was a pretty bad movie. The movie tried to kind of play it both sides, but in the end it was like, no, it's really not our fault either. And so it tried to both side it, but it was just kind of like not doing it anyway. It was not really, it didn't stick the landing in terms of its messaging. So yeah, it is really embarrassing. And just even from like a perspective of, she put this out and she thought she ate. And that's why I'm kind of like comparing her to Jojo Siwa. Both of them can't really dance, and both of them think that they did something, and they really overestimate their own selves and what others perceive them to be. I 100% guarantee you that she thought that she would get like, that she really defeated a bunch of people online with this. Like, she started speaking truth to power, and I think she may be disappointed, and both of them pretend to like have haters that, you know, just make them who they are. And it's like, no, just stop being who you are for a second. Stop being yourself and trade in your personality for a new one. Please do everyone a favor. And both of them are also lesbians or just gay. Again, like, perfect comparison. It's hilarious that she's trying to identify herself. She's trying to loop herself in along with the youth. She's trying to say, I'm young and I am a part of this younger generation that's going to move mountains and change minds. But she is really ignoring a very vocal group as well of many other Gen Zers who are also against your ideas, and there's a lot of them. There's a huge resurgence I've noticed of Gen Zers who are now kind of getting into back to religion, which is great to see. I love that. I don't know how big of a change it is, but it is noticeable, at least online. And I would say in real life too. So I think obviously, it might be over. I might be like over. Like it's really hard to tell, honestly. But at the same time, same thing with these crazy activists. It's like you go online and there's a lot of them, but then in the real world, there's still a lot of them, but everyone is like acts totally different in real life than they do online, which is to be expected, and I'm not complaining at all. I'm just pointing out a simple fact. And so yeah, everyone is just different online, but there is a resurgence of people on both sides, and you've seen studies about this as well, so it must mean something that Gen Z men are starting to become more conservative, whereas Gen Z women are becoming more progressive. So there's a disconnect between the two genders, and it'll be interesting to see where that goes, if it goes anywhere. I'm usually skeptical of any sort of study or whatever, because if you read into like what went into the study itself, what metrics do they use, who was being surveyed, or whatever they did to get the results, it's very easy to get the stats that you want if you remove all the specific all the necessary not decimals but variables that could get you a very different outcome. So she continues dancing like a fool, or I guess if you can call this dancing. At least Andrew is pretty much interested in what she's doing now. Looking at Andrew Tate, he's just dumbfounded by her twerking. Hoske, meanwhile, she's half white since her dad is white. Sorry, that's not Hoske. That's Lazy Vic 66 on Twitch. Lazy Vic on 66. Isn't that Victor C on YouTube? Are you in two places at once? Or are you a different person? Yeah, she's just like rapping, trying to rap, my bad. And it's like very difficult to understand who she is. She's twerking, she's pretending like, oh, I am 100% black. I'm 100% involved in this, and she's got like George Floyd from Wish.com in the background. Dollar store George Floyd is just sitting there, and it's like, guys, look at me, I'm just amazing, and I'm one of you, accept me. And there was this one line she said, I think it's after this part. I wonder if we're gonna get taken down, because she's been taking down copyright claiming YouTube videos that do cover her music video. This is embarrassing. Yeah, she's sick and tired of suppressing her rage. So again, this track should also be about the person you're dissing. So far she's been dissing. In the second verse it was about the word woke, and she's just like being very vague about who she's attacking, about the people who use the word woke, and just oppressors. It's like you should just stick to one target and keep at it. And now she's just kind of like making it about herself, her own rage. And this track is all over the place. Okay? Okay. 400 years of taking this bullcrap. Girl, you're not even 25 years old. How old are you? Like 25, let's say. You have not lived for 400 years, and you're trying to compare yourself to the people who actually have gone through chattel slavery is just pure gold, especially you as a celebrity who makes millions of dollars every day, thousands on a TV show, who gets to star in these products created by the biggest corporations in the world right now, biggest entertainment corporations, and you trying to like contextualize yourself within the 400 years and how you're just bottling up all that sort of trauma of 400 years of slavery. I mean, like, I understand there is a after effect of oppression years and decades and centuries long after, but you trying to literally claim that you are one of those people who had to suffer those things since you are going that far back is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and it is out of touch. And I think this is a perfect example of what you should be calling generational trauma. I've seen people use that phrase, throw it around loosely all the time, and maybe some would say it's been used accurately, but it really has no sense. It is one of those recent phrases. Some would say it's not that recent, but it's been popularized recently. Like, for example, the movie Encanto. I don't know if you've seen it, but you know, it's the movie. There's like a grandma, and she criticizes the younger, her granddaughter for not being like everyone else. Everyone has gifts, these powers. She is the only one in the family that doesn't have them, and so she criticizes her, her granddaughter. She's very tough on her, and people use that movie as an example to say that is generational trauma, where the grandma starts passing down her insecurities and how she was perhaps maybe how she went so the grandma, she had like this backstory of like running away from, I forget what it was exactly, maybe like a regime, but she ran away from an oppressive ruling class or whatever. And then that somehow translated to her being mean to her granddaughter because she expects a lot of her grandkids, and that is supposed to be generational trauma. That's not generational trauma. That's just being tough on your children or your grandchildren. What this is, I think this is a perfect example of that, which is you as a person literally taking something that was centuries old, and it's not just a matter of, okay, I guess I'm affected by this older person who went through something, therefore I have this something else to go, I have my own hardship that is vaguely connected to it, not exactly, and I'm going to call that generational trauma. No, this is an example of literally somebody identifying themselves, and in their mind they're going through the exact same thing as the people that actually went through the slavery. In this case, it's slavery, and you're trying to take somebody else's experience and you're trying to equate it to your own, almost like it's the same thing. And you can really tell that she is taking it too hard. She is taking it seriously, because just by the ways you look at her throughout this video, she looks angry and annoyed, and yeah. I mean, I would say, yeah, this is generational trauma. Perfect example of that. Not to say that it's always like fake or anything, right? But in this case, she is definitely. Oh gosh, the sirens in the background. I think sirens in the background. Call that a cell phone, if anything. Like it's like I don't know if you really showed anyone anything. If it's just like very ironic, but yeah, it's not like generational trauma. I guess it's not always fabricated or like delusional. I guess it's real, right? Because people do go through similar experiences, and those, like I said, there are after effects to injustices that have happened in the past and continue to happen till this day. So I understand where she could be coming from, but she is overstepping her boundaries to a point where it's deranging her own brain and her own mental status and how she perceives other people. Like she calls her opposition oppressors, and of course it's in regards to white people. And it's like, oh, I thought you were trying to say that like again, she's very much generalizing and not even to a point where it's fair, because a lot of people don't feel that way. And so who are you referencing really? If you're arguing against fans and online people online, then I think you really are just out of touch, because most people online are just, they're anonymous. They don't have anything to account for. They're gonna talk crap all day long just because they can. And it is pathetic. It is really very much pathetic. So true, Nimbus. So yeah, let's get to your comments. By the way, the way she ends this video is just so weird. Nimbus, wow, so mega out of touch. Good thing I have the man who sold the world playing in the background now, says Far Cry Lego. Oh, poor Far Cry Lego had to find his own means of well, the antidotes to cringe. Steven, oh, hold on. Nimbus says, that's not twerking, that's tweaking. Good one. Steven, she should have done this in a bikini in a pool. Victor C, yeah, it's me. I decided to switch from Twitch to YouTube. I knew it. Far Cry Lego, I'm glad I cannot hear the song anymore. Honestly, but I couldn't really make out anything she was saying either. I had to read the subtitles. Only some words I could pick up on. This ain't a diss track. This is a whack-ass therapy session. A whack-ass therapy session. So true, Steven. So true. That's the best way really to sum it up, right? I think you summed it up perfectly. That's what I was probably thinking of, but I couldn't put it into words until you said it. Nimbus, I'm so tired of people blaming their problems on racism or sexism. It's so exhausting to hear over and over. Hardcore denial. Yes, I do think in this case it's very much like, really? Just because people don't like your character, and people started referencing one of your interviews that did sound very harsh of one particular group, and it's you kind of like, you started giving people attitudes, people threw it back at you, and so now you claiming racism, crying wolf, is just, no one's going to believe you eventually. And if you go to her comments on Instagram, it's war zone for her. It's nobody is buying into this, so everyone is against this, obviously. And the way she thought she ate, it has to be just put up, has to be screenshotted, framed, and documented at full length. There should be essays written about this, how just insane she's acting here. And yeah, I could say that you could write an interesting thesis on generational trauma just based off of what she's doing here. Nimbus, I'm so tired of people oh, I read that one. Far Cry Lego, since the man who sold the world has overtaken over the volume of it. Oh yeah. Nimbus, I imagine she, along with most others, pulling this crap would deflect even with a room full of mixed and full black people telling her she is crap. I think that's very much the case. I've had my fair amount of run-ins with racist policemen and people in general growing up as a mixed guy, but I still don't get this anti-police and anti-white BS going on by her and anyone else. I think it's very just confusing how somebody can be just so removed from empathy. She constantly talks about empathy, but she lacks it herself, I would say. And she talks about pain. But it's not just about the pain, because she says they confuse our pain with violence, and that's why they're trying to use our words against us. They're trying to flip them on us, even though we meant something else. Well, you didn't mean something else. Let's get that clear. And the reason why you claim, well, you say we would conflate your pain with violence, it's not even violence. But I guess it eventually leads to violence. So sure, let's call it violence. Let's give you that. So, but the reason why people say, why you say that we conflate your pain for violence, it's because your pain is very vindictive. So you do not choose to, and that you don't have to become a punching bag, but you don't allow, like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and it doesn't sound like you're trying to lead a charge on anything. It's just a matter of you sitting there complaining and being vindictive, being vengeful, and wanting to for others just to sit there and put up with it. Well, people will not put up with it and just take it on the face. You're not going to put them through a shame ritual. So that's not going to work. Nimbus, and also, yeah, thank you for sharing that story, Nimbus. All of this is so embarrassing. Essays on this, yeah. I mean, really, I really do think that there is something to be said about her mental state. Somebody should check up on this lady. And that's that. Are we going to show you something that's less cringe? I don't know. I don't think we will. Andrew Tate, thank you for joining us. And he left, so he didn't even get to hear us. What's the next thing?
Star Wars Acolyte. This is episode...
Oh yeah, more shills. Let's see what they say about... I think this is still episode 3. Yes, now they're actually reacting to episode 3. So let's get back to the game itself. And if we can cross the border now. Hopefully we can. And if you guys remember the title of that one Star Wars video that Nimbus was referencing and recommending to Far Cry Lego, then maybe we could watch that too as a palate cleanser. Alright. So bored, I'm done with your discourse.
3, and wow, the comments. Wow, the response.
This show is really exposing who the paid Disney shills are. And as we've seen these past couple of weeks, they absolutely can't stand being called out for it. And some of them are getting roasted so hard that they're actually debating whether or not to quit covering the Acolyte.
There was a part of me that was like, should we just stop doing this?
Yes.
Like, it's not being as fun.
By the way, how much of a sissy Willy do you have to be for somebody else to just change how you feel about something? Like, if you are so insecure with your opinions that you allow somebody else to ruin something for you just because they have a different opinion, then that just says a lot about you more than anybody else. Nimbus, it's really just a parody of Dwayne Johnson's song You're Welcome from Moana, but it's Luke saying it to Rey. It's only audio with an image on screen for 2 minutes, so probably not the best. Okay.
general, I enjoyed the first couple episodes. Like, I'm an easy Star Wars fan. My bar.
I know that we had a video by Hoske recommended to us last time. It was called Bill Burr in the MCU, I think. Is that going to be a nice palate cleanser, Hoske? Let us know.
Pretty low.
Well, no shit.
If you've watched my other two reactions, you know.
Hoske says, I think they're missing Radio Raheem's influence. Raheem's influence. I think I said something else.
I'm already all in.
It's easy to entertain me in general, but when you put it in the Star Wars universe and we get all these familiar sounds and places and species, like, I automatically dork out about it. So I'm easy to please.
This is fine.
At least he's being
with the events that are
cordial about it.
What are you doing here? Oh, Zabrak! There will be consequences for breaking the rules.
I am not kidding when I say that some of these shills get sexually turned on from some of this shit.
I am fucking feral right now.
What?
I'm fucking feral right now.
Easy, big fella.
I told you this planet would be safe haven for our coven. Ah, this is so exciting!
This is episode 3 still.
Oh, you're right. More witch content. I am winning.
Yeah, you really are winning, especially on social media. Not gonna lie, this isn't Star Wars whatsoever. It's terrible. I mean, it literally is Star Wars. It's in the title.
Yikes. Amazing rationale. Whoa. For a second, I thought that was coming from the show. I was like, they're actually using that song in this episode? I wouldn't even be surprised at this point. What is happening here? What? What was the suggestion here, Mr. Grizzy? $3.7K views. Well, it's more than I ever will get consistently, so hey. Nimbus, I love the theories of this being a way for them to launder money. It is. I think I would say every Disney project is like that. If you kind of look at the budget for their movies, I think it's safe to say that they are laundering money with every single one of their movies. Fun fact, I'm gonna do it real quick right now. Guess how many Puss in Boots, I guess I'll just tell you, Puss in Puss in Pussy, yes. Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. The budget for that film was 90 to 110 million. That's the estimation. Puss in Boots, The Last Wish, right? 90 to 110 million. Now, take that movie. That was very visual. Also, let's take Spider-Verse Across... Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. That movie cost 100 to 150 million. Understandable. Now, visual heavy movie. Now, let's do Turning Red, Pixar movie by Disney. That film cost $175 million. Does Turning Red look to you like? Does that look to you like a? Does that look like a $175 million movie to you? So you've got again, Puss in Boots is The Last Wish is 90 to 110. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is like 100 to 150, and then Turning Red is 175 million. That is insane. And this is not just the case for like this movie or just Pixar movies. If you kind of like go through the budget lists for every single Disney movie, the budgets look extremely overinflated. Elemental, I think, Elemental is just another Pixar movie. The budget for Elemental was 200 million, and the animation in that with the fire effects look bad. 200 million. So it didn't even break even, as much as Bob Iger wanted us to believe that it was a success, even though it couldn't possibly have been a success. I'm just kind of putting that out there because you can just look at every single Disney movie and like look at the counterparts for each movie that they have, and you'll see that the numbers are just incredibly. There's a disparity there that's seen, and I see that Sir Diesel is here. You've got you'd get those viewers if you react to Acolyte like them, probably, and I'd get so much media access, and I could just me tried Disney like to sunset, like there's no tomorrow. But I'm not that type of person. I like to have my little own corner here, and I don't even put out videos to try to garner an audience. Maybe I should change that. Maybe I should try something. I don't know. What do you guys think? I love the theories of this being a way for them to launder money. Yes, 100%. Nimbus, and yeah, he's surprised by that, by what I just said with the budget comparisons. It's oh no, 90 million for Puss in Boots. Kenobi was like 20 million per episode. Ooh. And then Sir Diesel says Disney likes to burn money. Maybe the Joker is really running the company. What do you mean by that? What is there a Joker reference here? Like, what is the Joker reference? What is the Joker doing in Disney? What are you trying to say, Sir Diesel?
Oh, I just got chills.
That dress is incredible.
Oh, I just got so many chills. Okay, I am so turned on. Oh, she's like, God damn. God damn, my wife is hot.
Oh, this is hot scissoring.
We were on the brink of extinction.
Who just made that noise?
Lesbian.
I'm gonna tear up. This is so beautiful.
Behold these two little cuties.
What the fuck did you just say?
Behold these two little cuties.
Why don't you have a seat there and get comfortable for a minute?
Is he the guy that constantly makes? Is he the guy that constantly makes comments about little girls in these?
Oh my god, this is cool.
The power of many. I smell like beef.
Oh boy.
What's gonna happen?
This is cool to see.
This is what we call a fake Star Wars fan.
Forgive our intrusion. We thought this planet was uninhabited.
The all-knowing Jedi were ignorant of their surroundings.
It's the same woman.
Now, this is what I like to call a shit reaction, and here you will see why.
Oh. Yikes.
I carried them.
I created them.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, dark fun.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, wow. No, this episode's like boosting the points for the show for me for a lot.
Really?
What? This is the most Game of Thrones feeling episode they've done.
Because of diverse, fat and ugly
Well, I think
space
we now know,
lesbians.
Why your video
Witches.
got completely ratioed.
Cause you're a fucking retard!
I want to be a Jedi, Mama.
Oh, cringe.
We cut, no, we cry.
We're stuck here now. It's not up to you. You can't stop me. Yes, I can. How? I'll kill you.
What the heck? Where did that come from?
Yeah, twins. friends, and one's definitely pulled towards one side versus the other. They embody the balance, like Anakin.
Shut the fuck up.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Why did everything catch fire so quickly?
That was wild. See, like, I don't even know what happened there for a second.
Holy shit. This got carried away.
Promise.
Oh,
No! Oh my god, I love this! I love this! I love this!
It is just so obvious that this right here is who Leslie Headland made this show for, with their they them pronouns.
Oh, I see. Joker from the animated series, I think. And then Sir Diesel clarifies. Nimbus says the Joker's scared of the IRS, but Sir Diesel clarifies the Joker burns the money in the Dark Knight. That makes sense. I had no idea what just happened. It was like, oh yeah, we need help, and then there were the Mexicans, and they held their guns up, and that's why I held out mine. But then I could pay them something, but before I could pay them, they just started shooting me, and I was like, what? What are you guys doing? Oh, come on. What? Are you kidding me? Oh, what are you talking about, game? What? I'm just offended right now. I was on this side of the map. It should have respawned me here. That's ridiculous. I don't understand how that even happened. Nimbus, I want to take the witch choir scene and edit in the chanting from the pit in Dark Knight Rises. Do it. Do it. Legit. I'd love to see that.
At the bottom of the screen there.
You have a serious mental illness.
Yeah, wow.
That was a freaking great episode.
Fantastic episode. I love that.
Of course you do.
There's just gotta be something wrong with some of these people mentally.
My personal opinion, I like this episode more than the last two. Yeah, by kind of a lot, actually.
Oh my gosh!
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
They're dragging this woman. Look at this, guys. They're dragging this woman on the rope. What did she do? That's insane. You guys gotta die right away. Insane. What the? She's dead, I assume. But that was crazy. Victor C. Have we really lost our comprehension on what's actually good storytelling, characters, and world building? Bruh, we're just getting more dumber and delusional. Yeah, we are. But not us, boys and girls. Not us. We are still the last men standing and women who still have some decency, common decency, and understanding what makes good movies different from the bad ones. This guy's just staring at this. He's like, well, I'll be damned. That's the guy who shot me before. Alright, let's now move on to episode 4, which is the last one. And we'll start with Nerderotic.
Cultural critics like The Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic have dubbed the show lore-breaking for...
So yes, as you guys can see, Looper, which is a YouTube channel, has been going after Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic. You know, they're trying to paint them as these racists who are just using these terms like lore breaking and contradictory to canon, and then they're saying that they're only using that as a form of racism. really not telling you what they're trying to say, so they'll just use these stand-in words. They're gonna use code wording, which is they won't outright say that they're racist, but they'll say stuff that will let their audience know that they're racist. You know, that's what Looper is saying here, which is insane.
For its recent revelations, but their commentary isn't productive. Rather, it encourages bigotry and hatred over a show that's just getting started.
It encourages bigotry and hatred over a show that's just getting started.
What the fuck? Power one. Power two. The power of
Many.
the power one. The power of two. The power of
Many.
Nerdrotic.com.
Many.
I didn't want to make this video, but considering the events of the last week where we found out that the Acolyte isn't ruining Star Wars, we are, and that's the royal we, by the way, the 14% audience score should be embarrassing for the reviewers and apparently the critical
Yes.
drinker.
Star Wars Acolyte is now the lowest rated Star Wars product, like a TV show or movie. It even is worse than it's even worse than what's the name, the holiday special, the user score, of course, but it's even worse than that. So it's quite the accomplishment, right? I'm surprised The Last Jedi hasn't gone there, but apparently there are people who still defend that movie, supposedly. I don't know, but it's not the worst one, which is a good question, I guess. Let's stop the poll. End the poll on the Killmonger haircut. Where are my results? They're not here. My results didn't post on this chat. What the heck? But I saw like 70% of you said 70% of you said that you've never seen anybody with the Killmonger haircut, whereas the 30% of you have. So that's pretty interesting that 30% is a pretty big number, and I've seen several, like a lot of people on the stream so far watching, giving it a whirl. And so far, I don't know how many people did vote. I don't know if you guys saw, but I wanted to start a new poll with a basic question. So let's
And yours truly, through our reviews of a poorly written streaming show, are fostering hatred and bigotry. Keeping all that in mind, I have decided to reconsider.
Oh, there we go. Now it's here. So we had 9 people voting, and it's 77 people voted no. 22% people said yes. So I assume it's like 2 people. Oh, there we go. Nimbus also gave us a rundown of it. Good.
And apologize for nothing. Let's talk about the Acolyte episode 4. Previously on the Acolyte.
You lost your entire family. Your mothers, your sister.
I carried them.
I created them.
The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
Where is their father? They have no father.
You are not.
Biggest relief of all time. I'm glad Darth Vader doesn't have to worry about them, even though it takes place in the past. So yeah, the poll is, which one is worse? Star Wars The Last Jedi or The Acolyte? Of course, The Acolyte is still not over, but I think we can kind of guess that it's going to stay the way it is. We know what to expect now, so I think we can make a obvious judgment here. So yeah, you can let us know which one is worse, The Last Jedi or The Acolyte.
Ascension is about walking through fear.
On Twitch too.
It is about sacrificing a part of yourself, the power of many, instead of the power of one.
Time to die.
The Acolyte episode 4 is thankfully a very short 27 minutes and 11 seconds, not counting the previously on in credits, which quite frankly isn't enough to review, but thanks to the Acolyte's
that
lead
was
actress Amanda
I guess
the Acolyte's lead actress Amanda Stenberg.
Oh,
The
there we
Acolyte
go.
episode 4 is thankfully a very short 27 minutes and 11 seconds, not counting the previously on in credits, which quite frankly isn't enough.
So yeah, this alien here is the wife of Leslie Headland, the green alien right here.
To review, but thanks to the Acolyte's lead actress Amanda Stenberg providing us with some bonus content, now there is. The Acolyte episode 4 Day is filled with slow-moving establishing shots, multiple exposition scenes, characters slowly walking down hallways or slowly walking up to doors, characters talking to each other and not making much sense, and we're gonna skip all that. It opens up with an establishing shot of planet Gobbledygook, where we find the Wookiee cooking and possibly investigating the lesbian space witches. Man, at least we get to see a Jedi Wookiee fight, right? Can't wait for that. This is followed by a scene with Osha, who is coincidentally Osha trained to put out fires in space, crushing on X-23. And who couldn't see this coming with a Disney Star Wars product? Two young girls crushing on each other after roughly 4 minutes of screen time together. Now, to be fair to the House of Mouse, if they break up next episode, it checks out. Jedi Master Nepo does some girl bossing and quickly assesses that May was trained by a Jedi. How? From this hologram. The nepotism is strong with this one, but I'm not really sure how she figured it out. Maybe it was these awesome Jedi moves.
Guys, should we start this mission? It seems like I shouldn't want to, because it seems like this is a crucial location. But at the same time, I'm just worried that it might get us to start a mission that I wouldn't want it to start. But at the same time, I'm scared that if we ignore this mission, that it's not going to appear later, because it's a yellow dot. Very different from your usual symbols. I don't know. Tough to tell. I think I should skip it, right? If I skip this, will I be able to do it again? Like, will I be able to return to this place and it'll still be here as a mission? Hopefully, yes. Oh, you stupid freaking horse, running away from me when I most need it. I hate that stupid horse. There we go. Acolyte is winning in the poll. I feel like they were forgetting the sins of the last Jedi, says Nimbus. What is that? What is this, lady? What are you doing here, ladies? What the heck? What are you doing? This is not suspicious at all. Weird. Alright, that was odd. Howdy, partner. Hey, Micah Bell. Or Mika. Maybe it's Mika. Good to have you on. We're on episode 4 of The Acolyte.
Then Jedi Master Nepo spends the rest of the scene trying to figure out what the hell Jedi Master Soul is saying.
May's objective is not solely her own.
And despite absolutely nothing happening in this episode, Leslie Headland wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to once again take George Lucas's lore to Harvey's couch. Hey, remember the guy who said this in The Phantom Menace?
Impossible. The Sith have been extinct for a millennium.
This is Jedi Master Conehead, or Ki-Adi Mundi, who wasn't supposed to be born at this time until, of course, Disney Star Wars decided to retroactively destroy more lore. And honestly, that's the least of this scene's problems, because apparently there's a deleted scene out there where after saying that the Sith have been extinct for a millennium, he follows that up with, except for that time we ran across a coven of lesbian space witches where 2 of them managed to conceive twin daughters without a father, who incidentally didn't look anything like their mother. I mean, where are the horns? But they were created by this thing called the Thread. So that really dark lord looking dude carrying around a red lightsaber who trained May couldn't possibly be a Sith. It's not important. Please keep in mind this is the same Disney Star Wars that's been destroying George Lucas's lore for years and doing things like having Han Solo walk into a lightsaber, Luke Skywalker overdosing
Oh, come on.
the
What
Force,
the heck?
Princess Leia died. Not really sure how. Somehow, Emperor Palpatine returned, and their one-hit series is a repurposed Boba Fett and a repurposed Yoda. And when they got around to doing a Boba Fett series, they made him Boba Fett.
And I tried to cut back on the beers so the stomach wouldn't be out too far.
And then there's Obi-Wan Kenobi, whose sole purpose was to watch Luke Skywalker until Disney Star Wars got a hold of him, and he decides to fuck off twice to fight Darth Vader twice and not mention it later, meet a toddler Princess Leia that Princess Leia fails to mention later, and the Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi had a real hard time getting through a gate he could clearly walk around, and Ahsoka being alive to usurp Luke Skywalker's story. In other words, it's on brand for modern Disney Lucasfilm. Anyway, Sol and Jedi Master Nepo devise a plan to once again use Osha as bait to draw out May. And this brings us to the most poignant scene in all of the Acolyte, the use of pronouns in live-action Disney Star
Oh
Wars.
no. What the flip? Are you kidding me? I can't believe that's real.
And the rest of the 27-minute episode is spent with the clueless Jedi in a race to get to Kelnaka, the Wookiee Jedi, before Asian Ezra Miller and May. Then we get a heel turn that might give you whiplash. May is good now. You heard me right.
I don't need to do this anymore. I don't
So
need to
yes,
keep the
her
Jedi.
name is May. The same name that they gave to the character in Turning Red. Hence, she also has red hair.
This deal.
You could call that a... Or maybe is that a red herring? But,
Osha being alive changes everything. My loyalty is to Osha, not your master. What I'm going to do is surrender myself to Kelnaka, and then turn myself into the Jedi.
You gotta be fucking kidding.
And this shouldn't surprise anyone. Nobody thought that diverse female antagonist was actually going to be evil. Of course she's going to be oppressed somehow, and her actions will be justified, even being responsible for the death of 2 Jedi.
Down with the patriarchy.
And leave it to a Disney Star Wars Gen Z villain to give up on revenge because it's hard. This brings us to Kelnaka, the Jedi Wookiee, arguably the most compelling thing about this series. It would have been awesome to see him fight, right? Well, he dies off screen. And what was the reason we didn't get to see a Jedi Wookiee fight? The budget. Listen, guys, they only had
Isn't that crazy?
$180 million. What do you expect? And after
that one of the showrunners actually wrote back to like somebody because somebody was disappointed on Twitter saying, well, why didn't you show his death scene? And then somebody, an actual person who worked on this show, wrote back saying, yeah, we didn't have the budget for it, even though you have like what? You have like 180. Hold on. You have like 180 million on this show, right? You would think that, hey, I'm helping. Who is... There we go. Whatever's happening here has to end right now. Oh, that was a good guy. Whoops. Well, that lady will be mad at me. Yep. There we go. Get the other guy now. What? You're still alive? There. What? How is he a good guy? Oh, whatever. Oh, I can't die now. I can't die. I can't die. I can't die. No, if I die, it's gonna end well, poorly for me. I try to help that lady. 180 million, yes, says Sir Diesel. So there you go. They had a budget of 180 million. You just get away from them, please. $180 million, and This is what they can't afford. I can't lose them. Can we do like a canyon drop? You jump, 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 jump. Oh gosh, we're not losing them anytime soon. Wait, hold on. Maybe we will. Oh yeah. Oh no, they're onto us. Oh yes, we did it. Awesome. Definitely, they won't be able to follow us now. Oh, they're following us. Whatever, we're too damn close to wherever we want to be. Alright. There we go. Whoa, this place is all burnt? What happened? Hey, why isn't he shooting anything? What the heck? He wasn't shooting, guys. Enough of you clowns. I don't care about my honor. You guys are the ones who are attacking me. What happened, lady? Just pretend you didn't see that. Must a savior die?
Oh, Mr. Marston. Mr. Marston.
What's wrong, Louisa?
I don't wait for myself, but for my country. Abram Reyes has been captured.
He has?
He was coming to meet me at Roca Madera. It's a very romantic spot. It was a beautiful night, and he was ambushed by patrol. My heart is breaking, but I cry for Mexico.
Where's he being held?
El Presidio. You know, in our hearts we are married already, but his family do not approve. How could they, when I am little more than a peasant girl? But that's what makes Abram the man he is.
Sounds like a you problem.
Bourgeois, snobbery, or elitism. He sees the real me. The woman.
I mean, if I saw you standing in front of this thing, I would also reconsider. Like, we understand that, you know, not everyone can be rich, but living in this state, I mean, that says a lot about you.
Ride with me to near the jail. We'll figure out how to rescue him.
Mr. Marston.
And now she's cheating on him, see?
Friend of this land.
So everyone keeps informing me.
El Presidio is to the north. We must hurry.
Sitting through 27 minutes and 11 seconds of an episode that felt like it was 2 hours long, you would think this Disney Star Wars intricately written story would lead to something after we had two girls crushing on each other, pronouns in space, and a Wookiee Jedi killed off screen. Nah, Smilo Ren shows up and pushes a bunch of Jedi. And the big mystery to the 5s and 10s of people who are actually interested in the show is, who is Smilo Ren? Is it Asian Ezra Miller? It could be, but I'm
He
leaning
does
towards
look
something
like
this.
Ezra Miller. No way, a woman.
Credit to Disney Star Wars for not making an episode as bad as the previous. The good news with the Acolyte, we're halfway through the season. The bad news, we're only halfway through the season. And just when you think things couldn't get worse for Lucasfilm, they do. Series star Amandla Stenberg, who has the amazing ability to play two characters exactly the same way with the exact same haircut, decided to come out with a diss track against Star Wars fans. A diss track that Amandla feels so strongly about that she's copyright claiming absolutely everyone who posts it on X or YouTube. In what's likely an industry...
Let's see if she copyright claims us. I don't think she will. We're not that relevant. At least I think we aren't.
First, a TV show star has written and released
5 seconds and 10 tens of people. LOL, says Har Har Harmonica.
a song and a music video complete with dance moves in response to racist backlash against the show.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
A song with a chorus, and I quote, "We so bored, don't fuck with yo discourse." Yet you made an entire song about it. Now, most of this song is in response to End Wokeness putting up an older interview with Trevor Noah where Amanda Stenberg says she wants to make white people cry. That had nothing to do with the Acolyte. Because taking things out of context to support a narrative doesn't help anyone. I want you to remember that. Amanda Stenberg, the adult pretender who's worth $3 million, speaks mostly of oppression in her song, but she also says this. Speaking of which, journalists, I'm looking at you. Did you forget it's your job to provide the truth? Spreading divisiveness, mining the metrics and date. Seem you gave up on all your ethics for money and views. And I can tell you that people are tired. Yes, they are. Because you can absolutely apply what you said there to Disney, the company you work for. And the kids don't trust anything they view. And you're right. But you don't have to worry about that with the Acolyte because no kids are watching it. Another lyric from the song by adult pretender worth $3 million, Amanda Stenberg. And now you listening, I'ma tell you something fascinating. They spinning woke, bastardizing it, and appropriating it. Last I recall, woke was something we created. Did you create it, Amanda? Speak truth to power. I don't hate to break
Can we
this to you,
self-attack
Amanda,
him?
and anyone else at Lucasfilm, because apparently you need to hear this again. You are the power. You work for one of the biggest entertainment companies in the world who owns ABC, ESPN, Hulu. They bought Fox for $72 billion. They're a little influential. They're also...
Did I check your comments? Your comment on Twitch? Hold on. Which comment? Oh, we have some guy in the Twitch chat. What's that in the corner? XD. Yeah, nice to hear you. Bro, you from Israel? Yes, I am. I see, because I'm from Ukraine. Wait, I don't remember this mission. WTF? Do you have low honor? Bro keeps ignoring me. Yeah, sorry, I just noticed you on Twitch. My bad. Sil Mikali. Yeah, I see you now. Sorry for missing you. Because we are multi-streaming, simul streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, which means I have to go back and forth between our two chats. So, and no, I'm not from Israel, if you're wondering. I was just joking, but yes. I don't know if I have low honor. Honestly, I don't even know what my honor is, which is crazy. I know I should probably be checking it out. My recent YouTube comment. Did you comment something underneath my video? I don't see anything in my notifications. Maybe I should reload my page. Which comment should I be looking at? Huh. Oh, nope, nothing. Nothing so far. Victor C, which video are you speaking of, huh? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Sil Macaulay for not noticing you earlier. But I see that some people are, like, there's more people watching on Twitch now, which is nice. So yeah, I meant the live stream. Oh, like your earlier comment during the live stream, which was, I read that one. It's insane that fanfics have more respect towards Star Wars than $1 million company. Yeah, I mean, with their content, I would just call it official fanfiction, you know? Just call it official fanfiction because that's what it is. Okay, let's run so that the guy doesn't die. I think maybe we should just go for it and shoot people. But I want to see if we can self-attack this guy. Let's see. Never mind, apparently I can't. And he's dead. Okay, good. Yeah, I that's what I call it. Official fan fiction. That's what it really is. That's what it comes down to. Still says, it's okay, mate. Didn't know you streaming on YouTube. Yes, we're doing a double stream on both platforms because I first wanted to do just YouTube, right? Sorry, just Twitch. What if he didn't die? What the heck? Oh wow, there's a lot of them here. And he's dead, so how can we save him? Odd, strange, weird. But then I was told, well, Twitch sucks. So I'm like, okay, fine, I'll do YouTube. And I also got a suggestion to do Rumble, which I don't know if I can do that. But honestly, how am I sniper rifle ammo? Oh, is this the one I'm supposed to be using? I suppose. Great.
Forgive me if you've heard this one before. The same company that thanked a concentration camp in China for Mulan, covered up
Yes,
Chadwick
they did.
Boseman's face on the Black Panther poster for China, shrunk Finn on the Force Awakens poster for China. A company well known for providing the discourse and gaslighting what's left of the divided fandom for years.
What?
Now, as far as Disney Star Wars is concerned,
How do we kill them? Oh my, that's a weird still frame. Ha. Ha ha. Ha. Oh well. Victor C, did you Nimbus? Oh what? I can't even see it. Oh LOL. I don't even know what you were referring to, Nimbus. And then Still Macaulay says, how can I find your YouTube channel? It's the same name that you have on Twitch, so it's Gregory Gaming. And so if you search it up with a Y, yes, it's not just Gregory, it's Gregory. Skip checkpoint, retry from checkpoint, yes. If you search the exact same name but on YouTube, you'll find it, no problem. And I have some videos up on here, so that's good. Okay, I guess we just have to come down from the looks of it.
to Manla, you're just the latest shield they can hide behind to cover for a bad TV show. And your diss track takes things wildly out of context and conflates them to support a narrative. One that calls Star Wars fans...
What? How am I supposed to do this without getting noticed? You failed to save Reyes.
...paying customers racist, which
Is this a stealth mission?
is on brand for modern Disney. Here's how the game plan works. Preemptively attack your fans by calling them racist before your crappy show comes out. The show comes out, everyone says it's crappy. Continue to call the fans racist. One of the stars makes a video calling the fans racist. Access Media articles are written in support of the actor calling the fans racist. And then the inevitable support from Disney or Star Wars or both calling the fans racist while supporting the actress. And please tell me when this has ever worked. The Acolyte is the Marvels of Star Wars. It was something that was predictably bad. We just didn't know how bad it would be. Recently, a Spaceballs sequel was announced, and it's well over a decade too late because Disney Star Wars is the parody. And as far as independent reviewers fostering hatred and bigotry, the only ones I see doing that are Disney.
Certainly, there have been times where, you know, there's no way we're hiring a white male person.
Just kind of unspoken.
There are times when it's spoken, but
how would they say it?
What?
No way we're hiring a white male person.
Yes, that video right there at the end was a guy from Disney. Right here we have the senior vice president and team lead saying that yes, they are not hiring white men anymore because they are not what Disney wants to promote. This is recorded by, or at least one of the guys who works for O'Keefe, who is he founded the Veritas Project, which was a big deal. And then they kind of got rid of him, interestingly enough. So it appears that he started his own thing now called O'Keefe after his last name. So that's pretty interesting. And yeah, he got some dirt on Disney now, which is pretty cool that he did. He managed to get that news story, which is kind of what we already all knew, but it's nice to have it confirmed and recorded by one of the people who worked at Disney. I don't know how we're supposed to kind of take this. I guess we just have to stand from here and see what we can do with that. Yeah. Alright, so that was neurotic. Now let's see how the people react to it.
Well, surprise, surprise, the Rotten Tomatoes audience score for Star Wars The Acolyte has
The
dropped
shills.
again.
The worst scored Star Wars project
So as
of
you
all
know,
time.
all of the pro-Disney media outlets and the Disney Star Wars NPC shills are claiming that The Acolyte is being review bombed. And the critic rating, that's the real number. That is the definition of honesty and integrity, according to these people. But we all know that that is bullshit. These critics are paid Disney
Come on, I'm
shills,
pressing
activists like Leslie
my
Headland,
fire
and
button.
fake Star Wars fans. Some
I
of
can't
them,
even press
like
it.
Grace Randolph, or as we call her on this channel, Chlamydia Burns, is all three of those things. She gave The Acolyte a fresh rating on her review, calling
That's
it
insane.
a refreshing change of pace for Star Wars, a murder mystery with horror vibes and a diverse cast. Yet it still feels very much like classic Star Wars.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Chlamydia Burns knows absolutely nothing about classic Star Wars, to the point that she forgot that Obi-Wan Kenobi dies in A New Hope. And
I don't know
claimed that
what
he
I'm
might
supposed to do. It's like,
show up in The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Maybe Obi-Wan could
use
show
the
up.
sniper,
Maybe
yes.
we could find a way.
I'm using
You
it
know,
now.
he's much older, I guess, at this point. But
Could you compare the difference between the Xbox? Hold on.
And apparently she
Still, Macaulay says on Twitch, sent you a follow. I'm streaming Red Dead Redemption 1, 2 off my PS5. Come by anytime, mate. Have a nice stream. Thanks. Could compare the differences between Xbox and PS versions. Totally, that's true. That's very true. It's cool that you play the new game. I mean, the new version of the old game. I wonder if there are any differences. There is an online mode in the PlayStation 3 version, and you're playing on the PlayStation 5 using the backwards compatibility feature that's, you know, available through the PlayStation 4 disc. So that's cool. Don't hit the dynamite, it's killing Reyes. Then why did they put it there? It's like the most obvious thing to do. If you put dynamite there and you want me to wipe out the whole village, I will do it. I will shoot it.
He also forgot that Anakin Skywalker was redeemed in Return of the Jedi.
But yeah, check out
that
your
the dark side ultimately won out with Anakin.
Channel
and since it's
2.
the dark side of the Force that seems to be the one that creates living virginses, maybe that's why it's the dark side that ultimately won out with Anakin.
No! God, smash the like button if you agree with me that Grace Randolph is a fake Star Wars fan.
I didn't even...
She
What?
has also been all in on praising and defending the Acolyte on Twitter. I do feel like the loudest voices against the Acolyte are taking on hate speech
Finish the
qualities,
executioner,
and that does
it
not
says.
help your
Okay.
cause. As for me, I genuinely
So where's
like
Reyes?
the show.
Let's
I'm
make that
excited
clear
for you to
first.
see episode 4 on Tuesday, the best of the
Oh,
4
there he is.
episodes
Okay.
I saw in advance.
guess we should start with him.
Paige Schill confirmed getting exclusive early access
And now
to the
can we
first
destroy
4
these barrels?
episodes of The Acolyte in exchange
I think
for
we
her
can.
positive reviews. My The Acolyte reviews are meant to be a space for people who do like the show and those who might like it but are open to discussing it. Obviously, this is just her crying about all of her Acolyte videos.
There we go. We
getting
just have to shoot the
massively
executioner.
ratioed. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Dislike bombed, right? But
Where
I
are
feel like
you?
The Acolyte is a genuinely good show with awful timing and is sitting down at the table where the odds
What?
are
I shot
stacked
him.
against it. Which is unfortunate. So it's not the show's fault. It's not
I'm pressing-
Leslie Headland's fault. It's not Disney.
I'm pressing my
Kathleen
trigger.
Kennedy,
It's
Dave
not working.
Filoni's
There we go.
fault. It's the fans' fault because they just won't give this show a chance.
Just give
What?
a chance.
So
No, they shouldn't even give it a chance. You don't give something a chance just because it's awful. You do the opposite. You just hate on it. And hopefully it goes away and never comes back. That's the golden rule here. That's our golden rule on this channel. You heard it here, and it's gotta be the way. Which Xbox? Sorry, which platform are you on exactly? I'm on PlayStation 3 right now. And still says, yeah, Xbox version looks more vibrant and bright than mine for some reason. Interesting. Yo, what? Really? Yeah, it's the PlayStation 3 version. And we're also taking a look at like the whole Acolyte situation with Disney. By watching like videos around it. Since I'm also like I'm very much in on everything that's happening with movies, games, and comic books. So I try to combine all three into my streams. I put a question about Red Dead in the live stream. Could you write the question? Could you copy and paste the question again? Because I think... Oh, I see it. Hold on. If they made Red Dead Redemption 3, that's Victor C on YouTube. If they made a Red Dead 3, if you played John Marston's son Jack, what would be the time and story setting be in my opinion? Oh, in my opinion, it would be World War One, and that would be a pretty cool idea. See, that's pretty cool that you say that because I didn't even know that he had a son. I mean, they did tell us that he had a son, but at this point in the game, I'm not sure how much of that is true. So it's interesting that you say that he has one. And honestly, I don't know. I don't know because I'm like totally new into this series. There's also the sequel, which is really the prequel. So they might want to go even with the prequel route as well, right? Yeah, don't worry, Nimbus. We figured out what we needed to do. Harmonica, I think you couldn't just shoot because Eagle was on. Yeah, that's probably it. But it's just weird how you couldn't shoot twice from the Eagle. You know, it's or like there was a limit. And yeah, I gotta say, PlayStation 3 is a good way of... The other guy's right here. Boom, dead. One more guy, where is he? He's right there, guys. Let's kill him. He's right there, guys. Let's kill him. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. He took the worst cover spot. Because why not? I just wanted to be extra there at the end. Oh yeah, sorry.
The Nut Gobbler, as we call her on the channel, gives the Acolyte a fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes, a 4.5 out of 5 to be exact.
Are you high or just incredibly stupid?
Claiming the Acolyte is, quote,
Too bad we
Star
couldn't use the
Wars
cannons.
at its best.
I assure you, I am not high.
And in her full article calls the Acolyte one of the best pieces of Star Wars content the fans have ever had, and praises Leslie Headland for her, quote, brilliant writing on this series.
Oh, wow.
What fucking show did you watch? Jesus
Cool.
Christ. Rachel Leishman of the Mary Sue, so we already know that this one's going to be bad, says in her review, Headland and her writer's room did an incredible job of
Hopefully
finding
you
the
come
balance
back here.
between the story they were telling and honoring the universe George Lucas created at the same time. And I loved every second of it. God honors the universe George Lucas created. This show literally does the opposite. She also says in her full review that you have a divided fandom working against you and years of lore that people will nitpick given the option. Disney Star Wars breaking canon and criticizing them for doing so is not nitpicking, Rachel over at the Mary Sue. Sabrina Barr takes the opportunity in her review to whine about the toxic fandom after giving The Acolyte a 3.5 out of 5, saying, the cast of The Acolyte has had to endure some trolling from the toxic side of the Star Wars fandom even before the show has been released. Provides zero proof of this, by the way, so fantastic reporting as always from these people. Then closes her article saying, while it's understood that seeking revenge is not the Jedi way, wouldn't it be a sweet triumph over the haters for the Acolyte to do well?
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Bitch!
Yeah,
Joy
it's
Press
a
of
flop.
Vanity Fair goes after the fans in her article as well. The Acolyte is the first Star Wars show created by a woman.
Here we go.
At a moment when companies like Disney and franchises like Star Wars are central targets in our contemporary culture wars. Probably not surprising then that it provoked extreme negative reactions from a faction of the fandom long before its release, at least in part because it revolves around characters who are not white men. Again, another journalist that provides zero proof of these accusations. Also, I have to ask once again, where are all of these racist...
Hold on.
Louisa sent me. We have to meet her by the river.
Let's get by the river.
The girl you're marrying.
Oh, yes. Such a devoted thing.
He forgot about her already.
Get one of those horses. I will ride with you, compadre.
Still says, yeah, on Twitch. Yeah, from what I see, PS3 and PS5 versions are pretty much the same, except 60 frames per second. Yes, I can definitely see the differences in frames. So yes, that is very much true. Alright, I thought they were going to say something else, but I guess his amnesia moment is very temporary.
Sexist bigoted fans when it comes to a show like House of the Dragon, which has strong...
And Nimbus says, I remember he wasn't shooting because John was reloading, but I don't know.
Female leads, strong non-white leads, and even gay representation. Why are they going after the Acolyte?
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with the House of the Dragon, you guys know how I feel about it. To me, it's probably like not the best show either, and I'm hearing that season 2 is going perhaps not as good. It's kind of disappointing. So we'll see. Maybe I'll be vindicated again, and I think I will be. So it's just a matter of time. I think in this, like, it's not even like that hard. Most things are just going to suck when it comes from like the big companies. Where is Reyes? Does he need help to get on a horse? I don't understand what his deal is.
And not House of the Dragon. Could it simply be that House of the Dragon is a good show and the Acolyte is not? I don't know. But
Oh, brother.
Robert, what do you have to say?
This is so Broback Mountain right now. Broback Mountain, yeah. Ugh, get off, sir. Get off, or I'll shoot this TNT. You didn't see anything here. Bye. Wait, what? Okay.
Say.
We all know the other deal, which is that talking about Star Wars on the internet, or especially YouTube, in any
Oh
way
no,
that
Movie
represents
Bob.
normal human interaction is basically pointless now, because there's an entire apparatus of fake right-wing news that only exists to make up dumb culture war bullshit about big IPs to grind traffic numbers via angry losers who all look like less in shape versions of me.
These shills just cannot accept the
Oh,
fact
he's
that they
dead.
are in the minority. So this next one I just thought was funny. Luke Y. Thompson of Superhero Hype entitled his article, Female Force of Pride.
You guys are seeing what's happening here? Let me just make it, let me just make this somewhat visible for you guys. Everyone is just on the ground right now. I don't know how we're even still in this mission.
And then goes on to say, if you don't want that, here's
Get
some
on
cheap
again.
advice. Don't watch. 4 out of 5.
He's getting on this horse.
Am I right? Lupe Rodriguez Haas of Cinemovie TV says, the new Disney Plus show doesn't rely on past events in the
Oh,
saga,
brother.
instead forging its own path with exciting new characters and world. Gives the show an A-. Translation. It's okay if the show breaks canon, because relying on past events in the saga, aka George Lucas Star Wars, holds Leslie Headland back from telling the story she wants to tell. John Kirk of Original Sin echoes this point, saying, The Acolyte may be the first streaming series where Star Wars newcomers can thoroughly enjoy the experience, not knowing the relationships between Sith and Jedi, or even seeing the galaxy in a state of revolution. None of it matters here. Wow, George Lucas Star Wars does not matter in The Acolyte. Tell me you're a fake fan without actually telling me you are a fake fan. Here's another one, Pramit Chatterjee of Digital
Dang,
Mafia
did you guys hear?
Talkies.
This guy's like, how did you know my lover, Laura? And he's like, her name is Louisa. I'm telling you, he doesn't even know who she is.
gives the show a perfect 5 out of 5 rating.
Can anyone tell me what this guy's YouTube channel that we are reacting to? His name is Mr. Grizzy, and let me tell you this. I'm gonna give you guys a link to his YouTube channel. I'm gonna pin it so that you guys can check it out. It's top tier YouTube videos, compilations of all these crazy people, whack jobs, if you will. And so here is your link on YouTube. I'm going to pin it. So if this stream comes to, if the stream ends, then you guys can then go on this link and check it out. That's the YouTube channel we're watching right now. And here we go. Still Macaulay says, do you play Elden Ring? I do not play any of those From Software games. I haven't even started ever, but it is something I'm considering to do sometime in the future in 2060 when I have time to die and learn from my mistakes. Because I know those are very hard games, but I heard they're very awesome and amazing. And Elden Ring is, of course, the biggest... I think it's one of their biggest one, if not the biggest one. So yeah, I think it might be even outselling Dark Souls, which is a huge thing. Even though I heard that the Dark Souls 1 and 3 are bigger, and I know I have a lot of people on here who do play Dark Souls themselves and all those Souls-like games. Let's see if I miss any comments. I haven't heard anything on season 2. What's changed? I hear that it's not. I hear that it's a very slow Nimbus, and that it is lots and lots of talking, and not even like good talking, and that it ends on a cliffhanger, but then it starts out very slow again in the next episode, and also ends on a cliffhanger, and an exciting cliffhanger, but then it doesn't lead to anything interesting, supposedly. I don't know if that's true. I've only heard one critic say that, so it might be totally off. But it's not performing as well as season 2. So that's something to note. Harmonica. Echo is another show I haven't watched yet. Don't even waste your time with Echo Harmonica. That show is so dead and old at this point, even though it came out this year, but nobody cares about it. It's over. Even Kevin Feige didn't care about it because it released under this weird imprint of Marvel Studios TV shows. Just don't waste your time. Your time is precious. At least watch some stuff that, you know, you'd prefer to watch, or you can at least enjoy. And Far Cry Lego on YouTube says, MCU ended with Infinity War. Everything after that has been a bad dream. Elden Ring is a Souls game. Yeah, I'm saying it is a Souls game, but you know, it's not a Dark Souls game, right? It's a new entry in its own series. Victor C. Disney Star Wars shills react to the Acolyte 1 to 4. This guy is funny, lol. Yeah, he is. I also watched his episode 1. Although I think you've seen it, but he had like a different guy on his show. Yeah, that was hilarious. He had like a different guy that we watched, and it was very funny because he had like a different guy doing the voiceover, and it was just beautiful. I always have $1 or season 1. Sorry, Nimbus. No, I'll always have season 1 at least. Well, who knows? Maybe you'll watch it and you'll feel differently. You know, it's just one critic. So, yeah. Harmonica. Just watched Shogun. That was good. I think I stopped at episode 3 with Shogun. So that's it's pretty... I like it, but I think I need to come back to it. I'm the sort of person who puts off things. I start things and then halfway I just stop, and then half a year later, I come back to it, and it's weird because I still remember pretty much everything from before. So I'm like, I'm totally weird. Well, maybe half a year might be an exaggeration, but like a couple of months sometimes, I'm able to put it off that long and then return to it like nothing. But not movies, of course. Movies are just something that you sit once and you watch all of them. The the expansion almost the size of the original game just came out, so I'm hyped AF. Oh yes, and I think it was Nimbus who said that the expansion might even be better than the base game, since the base game was kind of easy and broken in some aspects.
So tell me, exactly how full of shit are you?
Says in his full article, the Acolyte can act as a good gateway for people who want to get into Star Wars but feel like there's too much homework to do to, quote, understand it. So the Acolyte is for fake Star Wars fans and stupid people. Okay, got it. Adrian Ruiz of But Why Though, a Geek Community, applauds Leslie Headland for showcasing the diversity in the casting that Leslie Headland herself handpicked. Which means that Leslie Headland handpicked her wife who can't act, put her in the show, taking away a spot, taking away a job from other up-and-coming aspiring actresses that probably would have been a much better choice. Oh wait, how stupid of me. It's not about hiring the best person for the job, it's about checking off all the boxes, right, Disney?
You know, I'm very proud of a lot of the work we've done in
Where's
terms of
Reyes?
diversity and inclusion on screen.
Okay.
Fuck yourself.
Let's go, Mexicano.
I hope it is. Hey, Bob.
Oh, I love that moment so much. It was so iconic and so memorable when he just called out Bob Iger and told him to F himself. That was just so pure. This guy really needs me to pick him up on a horse. I think he wants to be with me more than he wants to be with Louisa. I mean, just look at this whole situation.
Abraham, Mr. Marston. The revolution will live on thanks
Mr.
to you.
Marston, you brought the wrong guy.
You are as a brother to me, and my people need a man such as you to help our cause. My ranch is in Agave Viejo, and let me say, my brother, that we await you.
Well, best of luck to both of you, but I need to find 2 men so I can return to America.
No problem. I will help you find those men, and in return, you will win a people her freedom.
¡Viva México!
¿A dónde tú vas, bella? ¿Eh? Bye, John. Vente conmigo. Tú sabes que en esta luz puedo ver el fuego en tus ojos.
Laura.
Fuerza para luchar.
What a weirdo. Fame 200. See, I don't know if that's honors plus 50, so I guess we're on a good side of honor. Is there like a different ending you get depending on what you do and what your reputation is and your status of infamy? So Nimbus, yes, agrees. The bosses for me so far are designed so much better than majority of the base game in reference to Elden Ring, the recent DLC. And still says yes on Twitch. Yes, everything one-shots you. I've already beat a couple bosses there. That's incredible. So you probably agree with Nimbus on who is on YouTube. That's great.
We covered in this video focused on the first 4 episodes which the Rotten Tomatoes critics had early access to. We still have 4 more episodes to go, so I have to ask, will the audience score drop below 10%? Stay tuned on the channel for part 2 of Rotten Tomatoes shills praising and defending Star Wars The Acolyte.
And I think we have one more video here to watch. And we'll be ending our
And of
stream
course, now I'm
soon.
rooting for Kelnaka to not die, please.
And this is them
It's just a
live
full
reacting to what we saw, basically.
Kelnaka episode.
This episode is gonna be like the Predator episode.
So they're gonna kill
like,
him,
at
of
some
course.
Point, are we just gonna see Kelnaka just like roughnecking it in the trees, just like smearing blood
Nope.
on his face and be like, all right, fucking just spear through the sky.
We're not getting anything. Fans of this show were so mad that they didn't get to see the Wookiee Jedi kill anyone.
Of when the shills get excited about something, and then in typical Disney Star Wars fashion, it turns out to be clickbait.
If they introduce a Wookiee Jedi and then immediately kill him off, I might actually be really salty.
10 minutes later.
Just introduce the Wookiee Jedi and then just kill him. At least it was off screen, but sad. This is so good. This is so effing good.
What? She's so delusional. What in the actual... How is it that she's... You know what? I have no words. She is actively... She set herself up for like disliking the show, and when she found herself in a situation where she was about to get mad, she just told herself a bunch of lies and told herself that she loves it. Entered the driver's seat wagon, sure. Why not? Take me somewhere, stranger. That's where I'm heading anyway.
Diminish areas. Oh my god. Guys, there's a white Jedi.
Oh, finally. It's been forever since we've seen him. Am I supposed to drive this thing? I guess. Oh, that's not good, man. Oh, it is good. It's not that far away. Good. That's the cuck husband and his OnlyFans wife. This time she is wearing something that's a bit more modest. So let's hope she, alright, let's hope he doesn't overdo his thing in that case.
Star Wars theory, there's a white Jedi in the TV show!
Oh, he was mocking him. Okay. He was mocking Star Wars Theory, who is a Star Wars fan channel who criticizes some of Disney's recent decisions. Man, you have to be so miserable. You can just tell he's a liberal. Like a modern liberal, you know?
We can all stop freaking the fuck out!
Dude, your wife cheats on you on OnlyFans for money.
I'll take whore ads for 200.
So keep talking shit, I guess, but every time you do...
Well, in reality, it just makes you look like a dumbass.
Dude, this is so good. Dressing.
It's a big fellowship shot.
This is giving me Lord of the Rings vibes. Marching in the mountains.
Fucking like the hill. Yes.
I mean, it seems like an obvious thing to call upon, but I'll say it. This feels like Predator.
What the fuck are you people on? You called last week's episode Game of Fucking Thrones.
This is the most Game of Thrones feeling episode they've done.
Then it's Lord of the Rings because they're hiking on a hill. Then it's Predator because they're hiking in the woods. Anything else?
There are some alien vibes in this episode as well.
Go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bug.
Oh!
Oh no, it's a bug.
They look like the Predator. Holy shit.
Shut the fuck up.
I don't need to do this anymore. I don't need to kill a Jedi without a weapon. I don't need to keep this deal.
What?
No. It just got interesting. No
Come on.
way.
There we go.
10 minutes off.
Yeah, I'm gonna screw over this Sith guy that we've been working for and turn myself in. And I love that whole idea that she wants to make herself better and, in fact, look at different ideologies here.
It makes no fucking sense, and it wasn't built to at all.
What the wise Rose Tico said in Last Jedi, right? We're not going to win by
Oh, no.
destroying what we hate. We're going to win by protecting what we love.
What we love, yeah.
Oh my goodness. No way did he just quote Rose Tico in one of the worst scenes in Star Wars history. No way did he just do that.
Wow.
Oh my frick.
It's like some true detective shit.
You're an idiot.
For some reason, I actually thought that we were gonna save our Wookiee friend, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's slashed when he turns around. I'm like, cliche for a mystery like this where you're trying to hunt down a killer, but phenomenal to say the least.
Don't ask questions.
This
Just
guy is such a
consume
loser. I'm
product.
sorry. I've seen his some of his other videos and his style of, you know, like it's not even like an ideological thing. You know, there's people here who I'm like, okay, these people are just totally far more. They differ from me ideologically a lot more. But I don't cringe as much when I listen to somebody like Grace Randolph as I do when I listen to this guy, because I've seen his other reviews, and it's not even from like an ideological perspective where we disagree, but just that definitely plays a part, but it's more the fact that, and I think like Grace Randolph, for example, and I would definitely disagree more, but just the way he arguments things and phrases things is just so painful. I've seen in fact, you can still watch the video of Mank that I have on my YouTube channel, and he appears in it because I'm making fun of him and his awful commentary where he just doesn't know what he's talking about when it comes to classic film. So he pretends to be this incredible movie reviews channel where he doesn't even know what he's talking about, and that's what's pissing me off. He has no understanding of the things that he's discussing.
And then get excited for next product.
He's here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh! Just floating down?
I stole their horse. Oops.
Floating down?
Oh, is he floating in?
I don't know what in Jesus Christ's name that reaction was.
Slender.
I like
that.
it. It's
I
like very
that you like the
anime.
helmet.
Yeah.
Then, when the Sith Master deploys a red lightsaber,
Red. That's red.
Oh!
Fucking red blade. Let's go.
Oh, whoa!
More! Oh my god! Are you shitting me?
Now that was a very high energy shill face.
And that's where
if I do say so
the show
myself.
ends. That's the cliffhanger. Somebody just flies through the air.
When you're a clown, nobody takes you seriously.
Why? Oh my.
Boy, you really are a sad little fucker, aren't you?
All joking aside, I think this woman is absolutely nuts.
Okay, I like this better now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was such a phenomenally directed and written episode.
You're a stupid dumbass.
maybe it's won some of you over as well, or at least opened you up to giving the show a bit of a chance.
Nope.
Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the video, please like and subscribe.
All right, and I think that is not going to mark the end of our stream just yet, because we have one more thing to do, which is to end our poll. So let's do that. By the way, that was kind of like the gist of our stream. So let's just end this poll and let's see what the results are on YouTube, of course. If you guys didn't vote on Twitch, you can let us know which movie or show is worse. Star Wars The Last Jedi versus The Acolyte. So cast in your votes if you still haven't done so. You have your final 10 seconds to do so. And Victor C says, or lastly, they're just acting for the sake of views and likes. Oh yes, they are, and for access as well. Yeah, so it's just kind of sad how everything is just so fake in terms of, I mean, obviously on YouTube and as a content creator you have to be somewhat of a personality, but this level of insanity should not be tolerated by anyone. It's just beyond fake. It's fake. It's forced. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, they're coming after me. No, not here. Oh gosh, that was an accident. Are you kidding me? Everybody calm down, I just need to get to the top. Where's the guy? I'm a haunted man in a town full of crazy people, and I can't even start the mission because everyone is against me. Well, that's amazing. Law officer. Well then. Let's go to the house. Maybe they'll forget about me? What do you guys think? I didn't mean to do anything. Can I pay you guys off? Here you go, pay. Yeah, I guess I should just take the L. Or hide inside. And if I put down my gun, let's see if nobody just attacks me. I can't put down any weapon. There it is. I'm putting down my weapon. Open this, please. Open this door. So yeah, let's close this poll. And the results are in. It is 50-50 with 6 votes. So 3 people voted for the Acolyte and 3 people voted for the Last Jedi. I'm gonna say this. I think the Last Jedi is worse, partly because of, yeah, what Nimbus said. It just, people forget how awful that was and how it's pushed Star Wars into a direction that it could never recover from ever. And the only reason why we even have the Acolyte is because of The Last Jedi. That's the sad reality, but Rian Johnson, not only that, he also kind of introduced this approach to telling movies, and he really doubled down on hating the fans, hating the fandom he was writing for, creating the stories for. Hey Steven, yeah, we just closed our poll. So we have 50% of our people said that, where are we? Let's see where we are. Okay, that's not good. But it's better than being here, I guess. 50% of people said that the Acolyte is worse than The Last Jedi, and then 50% said that The Last Jedi is worse than the Acolyte. I stand with the Last Jedi haters, which is crazy because I used to love that movie. Fun fact, I used to love The Last Jedi. And it was because, like I said, I was never a Star Wars fan. But then I did kind of, I don't know, something happened after 2019 with, and in 2020, I think I just started seeing the truth in everything. And ever since 2020, I just started seeing, I just changed everything in terms of what I used to think. And I used to be more lenient about this sort of stuff. And I used to give these companies the benefit of the doubt on a lot of things. And I realized that, you know, I just kind of got used to what they were kind of doing with a lot of what they were like trying to wire us a certain way with their media and everything. So yeah, Hoske, boy, it's after 10. Okay, Hoske, okay. This is why we like Hoske, because he really gets us. He knows when to tell us to stop. And I appreciate that. Somebody other than me is in this chat. Yes, still, Mick Holly was in this chat, and so yes. So after 10, in that case, let us finish the stream. In that case, let's not prolong this any further. And yeah, this was a Star Wars centric the Acolyte centric episode. We'll see what we'll do on Wednesday. We're not going to do Acolyte because there's a new episode, I believe, on Tuesdays or Wednesdays. So doing just one episode, I think this was a very good idea to just do like 4 episodes on this one day. It's 4:15 in the morning. It's good to stop, says Far Cry Lego. Yeah, it is. It is. Dang, 4:15 for you. Yeah, that's wow. You really don't sleep. That's the case. And if I'm the reason why you're losing sleep, then just always make sure to get your sleep. I wouldn't want to be kind of like a reason for you to kind of lose that. All right, and wow, and yeah, thanks for the likes as well. I see you on YouTube, and if you guys, it was a really good stream, and thank you guys for being here and being active. And I think we've had like the most, I don't know if like to say engagement, but there was like a lot of you here, and usually we like this wasn't the most viewed stream, right? We had bigger ones, but this one has like the most interactions in the chat from different people, of course. So that's pretty cool too. And yeah, so thank you. And we got to play some Red Dead Redemption as well. So that was also fun. A lot of deaths this time around, which is nice that the game is getting more difficult. And we're getting to learn a bit more about John Marston himself as well. So yeah, no more prolonging this. The Last Jedi is still worse in my view. Little community, yes, Stephen, so true. This is fun and nice. Little community here. Yeah, it's very wholesome. And I was gonna say that I think the Acolyte might seem worse from a lot of perspectives, and it is a lot more radical in what it does and how it presents itself. However, I think there's a case to be made that sometimes something that is less radical can be more destructive than the thing that outright claims to be radical, right? Because sometimes it's harder to argue against something that pretends to be on the side of good, or does something and it's not as over the top, so it's harder to punch it and hit it down because everybody else will just agree that the thing that is radical is just worse. But that's not always the case. And that's how they get you. That's how they normalize things sometimes, And yeah. So, but then when it comes to like Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, and The Last Jedi, I guess there's nothing normal or radical about. Sorry, nothing not radical about The Last Jedi. So I guess we're comparing like really the evils, which evil is the greater one. And the lesser evil is the one you gotta pick. Or I guess in this case, which one is the greater one, seriously? And I think it is The Last Jedi. Everything you see that came out of that, Rose Tico, this idea that the Force is not good, it's not bad, it's just something, it's about power, and everybody can be evil and bad. It's like that originated in The Last Jedi. That started becoming a talking point in The Last Jedi, not in the Acolyte. So, and I think it also represents like a downfall of Star Wars, and everything else is just walking corpse, including the Acolyte, which is dying on its own. Nobody's watching it. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for this stream. You guys, once again, are the best. And we'll see you on Wednesday and Saturday. And yes, still Macaulay. I'll definitely check out your channel as well. And I'll be seeing when you're streaming too. Alright. In that case, see you around. Take care. Till next time. Bye. Space lesbians!